Hello, hello. Testing, testing. Okay.
I ought to fillet. Be gone.
I'm gonna infuse this bitch with lightning.
I'll fillet.
And then I can get that dark weapon ability, and then I can infuse that with the. Yeah. I think I have a plan. We got a plan. Hopefully that doesn't make me. It doesn't make me boss fight miserable. Let's see. But I don't have any. What do you got? It? Hmm.
flame. Dear.
And everyone's... You're my... Thank you kindly.
Alright, let's do the DLC. Where is it? Not just the DLC, we are doing the DLC boss. I'm gonna try to solve this bitch. There we go. Okay. Ooh. Oh, come on. Of course it has a fucking side attack. Of course it does. Ah. I could get this +2, I think. I don't know where to get that. So that was lightning. Let's see if that guy is weak to dark. Usually most of the mobs, from what I've seen, are weak to either lightning or dark. I don't know which one he is weak to. I think he's weak to dark. Very slow fight. Like, you're basically playing a turn-based combat that's just masquerading as an action combat, you know? I took turns hitting him, and then he tried to hit me, and then I dodged off. I mean, it does is kind of decent in a way, but it's, I don't know, kind of janky. Like, I can feel the jank. It feels janky. What? Oh. That attack. I think that's an input read. I thought he started attacking. It kind of feels like one. There is stamina down. Wow, this is Dark Souls 2, baby. Let's go. One of the most miserable game you can ever play. Yeah, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Man, this game, if you beat this game, you can beat anything in the fucking universe. This game will test your patience. By the way, hold on, I finished it. Yeah, I saw. I saw your message. Cool. You able to beat it. How long it took you to beat Valon? I hated that fight. It was so bad. You know? He was not really that fun to fight. But I liked my Wukong fight though. After a long I can defeat anyone. Pretty much, yes. Because he is the most annoying boss in the whole game. Like he kind of holds that attack so much. It was fucking unfun to fight against. You know? The primary issue with that guy is this, he holds attack it. And then have you noticed? If you transform, he will transform with you, and then he will go completely invulnerable. You cannot damage him while he is transformed. Have you noticed that? I think that is dog shit. Like, it was not fun. And then he cannot be stunned. Yeah, he's unfair, the combo sometimes. Yeah, I mean, if you use the stone berry, that would be more manageable. I hope you did. That is such bullshit. He just did 360 there. I gotta get that stupid agility to 105, I think. Use the fan and the staff spin. Focus and smash. Ah, nice. And then when you use the focus attack, he just instantly dodges it. I think my favorite fight. What's your favorite fight in the game? For me, it's straight up Wukong. The Monkey King was super fun. Like, he was cool in a sense. It's quite novel to fight that guy. You know? I got 105 agility. I need. Maybe that will fix my life. Who knows? Sage one is good. I love it. Yeah, the Sage one is kind of good. I four-faced him. Like, I got a video. I fully fought all of his four phases at the same time. Good fight. Dog shit fight, Balan. Yo, you should, you finished the game, right? Try Final Fantasy 16. It's a really good game. Final Fantasy 16 or maybe this one, if it's cheaper. Try Dark Souls 2. I want to see if you can even beat the first stage. I'm dead. Focus, focus. Oh, fuck you. What's that attack? back and then he fucking screenshots it. I thought Elden Ring Sekiro is a gift from friend. I mean, if you like it, you can play it. For normal person, I don't think it's gonna be a fun experience. Especially if you want to play the most toxic, annoying, miserable game, you can play this. It's a challenge. This game, God. You have no idea. Do you think Elden Ring is cancer? Do you think Sekiro is cancer? You gotta play this. Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, not the original one. It's called the Scholar of the First Sin. You gotta play this. Okay. Let me see. I'm not gonna lie, it kinda makes the wind up with hella cancel with this guy. I mean, I can beat him, but it's gonna take forever though. I think he doesn't have a second phase. Hopefully. If it is, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Why the fuck are you hold that attack, you piece of shit? Of course I'm dead. He just held that his fucking last attack, dude. Fuck you for that. Ah, healing in this game sucks. Like you, most of the time, try to die and then try to heal and then die in the process. Elden Ring, by the way, Elden Ring kinda cucks you like that with their DLC. Real fun mechanic that one is. Totally not toxic. It's just toxic as shit. Like the toxicity towards the player by the developer is clearly visible in this game. They genuinely don't want you to have fun in the game, straight up. I'm not locked onto the fucker. How? Where am I? I fucking hate the fact when you go behind this guy, he just unlocks your camera straight up. You got a second fuse or something? At risk? Are you serious? Well, okay, my washing pool fucking breaks. I can't fight him for long enough. That's fun. I gotta switch my weapon in the mid-combat. Otherwise I'm screwed. Even with this ring, I cannot fucking finish him off soon enough, dude. Fucking annoying piece of shit. This is why I hate these kind of games. I don't feel like I lost to the boss. I lost to the shit mechanic this game has. Like, it's exactly the same issue with Liza P. What they did was, your weapon has a durability. So I lost many of my runs because of the shit weapon I am using breaks in the middle of the combat. But the boss never de-aggros, they just wail on you over and over again, and then you just die. Completely hopeless and helpless. You think that is fun to deal with that kind of shit mechanic? I think Wukong is a shit game. I don't care what you think. It's a garbage game with a garbage mechanic bosses. Straight up. That's why I gave it a 6. It has cool concepts, shit game design, shit bosses, shit mechanics, shit combos. Everything is garbage. Fuck that game. Wasted my money buying that piece of garbage. Any Souls-like is just straight up trash. Like there are some that is good, like the Wulong. Wukong is garbage because it just wastes your time. Like you have one button you just spam and then you beat the boss and then you think that game is good? How? It's a one button game. All you do is smash X button and then the boss dies in front of you. Oh wow, what a great design. I'm pretty sure that's gonna win the game of the year. Fucking because people have shit taste. Never played a game that has a good combat. Plays like 2 games and then say the third game is the best game of the year. Like, fuck off. And here I am playing every game in the fucking known to the mankind and then can clearly tell the differentiation of which one has a better combat. But nope. Oh, this game is good, that game is good, I had fun. Sure, have fun. People have fun doing some really disgusting shit, dude. That doesn't mean everyone should have to go through that. Like, Jesus. It just fucking pisses me off. Janky hitbox. Like your character model and the hitbox your character model has is almost twice as big. I think it's not being too dark at all. Relax. I will try to. I will relax if this dog shit boss dies. That would be fun, nice. Yeah. Man, that guy does 7 damage. That looks like a parry. Is that a parry? I think it's a parry. Like, I just can't believe this. Like, look at this. I have a freaking durability equipment, right? So this is a +2 ring, but I can't even get past the boss fight? Like, what the fuck? That sounds so stupid. So... So I go inside the boss fight with a weapon, and then that weapon will break in the middle of the combat? You think that's fun? Let's talk about Wukong. Let's say how shit that game was. Yeah, thank you for the lurk. Like in Wukong, the Warlang guy, so he will turn. I mean, people don't pay attention when they play the game, so I noticed it. When you fight that guy, he will unbearably hold his attack, not just one of his attack. All of his attack just comes in slow motion for some reason. And then in random phases, he just goes completely invulnerable. You can't hit the guy literally. And then he input reads your ass, and he counters your spell with a giga nuke.
To think Ava could be bested. Who are you?
That's what your mother asked me last night.
This land is barren. Cursed by the old chaos. It gave birth to atrocities, and the people fled
And then
in fear.
he turns into the tiger, and then he goes up in the air, and then he does that knife attack. Half of these knives are unseeable. Like, it's just so bad.
My dear Lord.
Just because you have a good cutscene, so the game is good?
It was with
Like,
his
come on.
magnificent soul that he built a lady.
This game is good. It has a good concepts, but it has the most cancerous mechanic a human can think of, and then it was implemented in the game, dude. I like this game. This game is good. I had it. This game, for me personally, is more interesting than Elden Ring. Because Elden Ring is a Ubisoft slop, this game has some creativity in their boss fights. Boss fights on every level? Let me show you. Is that a bonfire? Like when there is a bonfire, I can show you. Each level you go into, it looks nothing like the previous level you fought. But they put the most toxic shit they can think of in a video game, and then expect the player to deal with it. When you die, here's the deal with you, Loki. When you die, your HP bar gets reduced.
Perhaps one day
In this game.
he will return.
You think that's a fun design?
There is nothing here save that accursed flame.
When a game punishes you, when the game makes you die over and over again with their difficulty, but when you die, you lose your HP bar. Let me take off my ring.
Kind, let me and please.
Look at this. This is the ring that I used to clutch it. You see that? That it just removes my HP bar right there. Let me when I die, it will get reduced significantly.
Lois's faithful
It goes to the point you only have 50% of your HP.
But not one of them returned.
You lose half of your HP, but if you die in this game,
The king's
you can
dutiful
potentially lose.
subjects waited patiently for his homecoming.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't even wanna hear you. You're a waste of time.
But it was too long a wait to bear.
You shut up. Shut the fuck up over chaos bullshit. I don't even know what she's talking about. Hey, this guy's our friend? Okay. Like, when I hit them with the heaviest sword in the game, they don't get poisoned. Wow! Real fun mechanic that one is. I literally have the freaking great sword of doom, but it doesn't get staggered when I hit them. Look at that. He took damage, but he just whacked it off. Where is he going? Yo! Help me out here, you piece of shit! I'm dying over here. What's he doing? He's doing something. Hey, you welcome. Look close to get. Is that any? I can't even tell which one is an enemy, which one is my friend. Yeah, I can hit them twice and then they just, you know. You get the idea. I don't have enough stamina to deal with this shit. Ready to the NPC. Like, see, look at this. Each level you see is completely different from the previous level. You know, it's such a unique game. Got ruined by this toxic mechanic they come up with.
Bear until...
Raging to NPC pyramid. Okay, see you in a bit. Like, it's just not fun to take so much damage and then die to the boss. It just sucks. Yeah, thank you for the base. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like, I put up with this shit because I stream it, you know? Okay, that guy is my friend. I don't know why he was my friend. Why is this keep spawning them? Am I doing something wrong? Supposed to do something here? Whatever. I'm just literally running out of stamina. I don't know what I can do there. Stamina is kind of a massive problem in this game. I don't know why they are this tanky. My Zyad only chunks like 1/5 there, Jesus. remember this game getting. Did this game, did it got even funkier? Because it didn't play like this yesterday. I gotta need a guide. I think I am doing something wrong. wow, what an awesome fight this one is. Fuck you. Fuck off. Waste of my time. It's a boss and then there is like 5 NPCs that just surrounds you. Are you serious? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I'm not gonna waste my time on that. The tiger was kind of fun. But never mind, I used to summon on that fight. That fight is a dog shit. Yeah, fuck that.
You've granted my one wish. Now, I have no regrets. I was born amidst the dark, long ago. In the depths of the abyss, the dark shattered into tiny. How frightened I was. I felt that I am, in fact, the incarnation of. I saw that the king of this land was strong. I sought him only to sustain myself, to smother my fears. Now, I realize that he may have known all along. I was born of fear, and so here until the end. The Knights of Aleum voice, where their souls, I pray for them. The Knights, where their, I pray for them.
How do I get rid of the snow? Oh, I think it to get rid of the snow. Oh, I could have just teleported using that. Oh. Oh, you activated those bitches. Right? It's gonna be really fun fighting those things. Game squad. Oh. Ah, I think I can get it what I'm supposed to do with this thing. But I guess. Oh, so you run around the map and then explore the castle and then you unlock these guys and then they will seal the door. Okay, that makes sense. But I thought it thought before the frozen area you can't access to half of these places though. Isn't that right? I guess it's a decent mechanic. Let's see all the bosses. Oh, Fadu, Persever is fun. Executioner fought that. So this was the most creative boss fight these Souls-like guys ever made. Looking Glass was kinda cool. This one is stupid. This one is kinda interesting to fight. This guy is dog shit. Never fought this, but it's a gang fight. This is also a gang fight. It's just rat demon lords. She was busted. Like our combo, like hitbox are wacky as shit. This spider was interesting. Like most of the bosses are unique in the game. Like they have very interesting, what do you call it? Concepts. You know? The like this thing, demon of the song. Who else is there? Yeah, this thing gives you AIDS. You might. This is the most dog shit fight in the whole game. If you beat this, you're fine. Burnt Ivory Knight, he's just a gang squad. You just have to collect shit. This one is gonna be a dog shit fight, straight up. Because it's literally this, but two of these. You know, it's the same fight. Looks like it. This is a gang squad. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, I think when do I review? I think I pretty much beaten everything in the game and I explored most of the areas. So I think I'm good. This guy is stupid. I could do probably a review of the game or maybe watch a video. Alright. We are reviewing Dark Souls 2. Scholar of the first sin, by the way. I didn't play the base game. I got some videos to react to. Once I'm done with that, I will probably react to that after that. Dark Souls 2 Scholar first sin. Yeah, I played the most cancerous version of the game. You're welcome. Pros. Let's go with the pros. Unique level designs. Like it, and themes. Like you go explore the first area, and then you go into the next one, and then the next one will give you a complete different vibe and different theme than the previous level design, which is kind of quite interesting and unique to explore, which is very cool. You know, in Elden Ring, the problem with Elden Ring was, to be honest, pretty much every area kind of looks the same. You know, it doesn't have that differentiating factor compared to other Souls like game, you could say. I haven't played the only Souls like I haven't played is Bloodborne. So I think I pretty much played everything. Compared to all of them, the level design is more creative and more interesting than Elden Ring. Period. I think what I experienced. It feels more interesting, excited to go into a next area. In Elden Ring, everything is just an empty ass open world, and it is kind of boring to just ride around in the horse and then explore the area. Like I think it was boring. I rather play a Souls like that's it's linear than an open world. It's just not interesting to explore that. You know, bosses also have a unique design in this game. Like most of the bosses in this game is very creative and interesting to fight against. Like they have two heads in both sides, and there is that chariot fight was quite interesting. It's very rememberable too compared to Elden Ring. Elden Ring fight is just almost every boss you fight is just a dude with a stick, and then you have to dodge the stick, right? It is quite a good change of pace in Dark Souls 2 compared to Elden Ring. Because almost every boss you fight is pretty much a guy with a stick. Like a Market, after that Godfrey, dude with a stick. The Ranava was kind of a mage, so that doesn't really count, I guess. And then who else is there? Godfrey, Radakan. Almost all of them just swing at you with a stick. You know? There is no creativity. Creativity kind of died in Elden Ring. So, like compared to Dark Souls 2, like I think Dark Souls 2 is the peak in creativity. They creativity in a way, they find unique ways to kill your ass. You know? So here's the boss fight I can explain. I'm not gonna mention who it is, but you are gonna fight him in an area that is filled with water, and then the water rises while you are fighting the guy, and it will fuck your dodge roll. Yeah, I know it's a cup mechanic. It's unfun to deal with that, but it is a creativity. Instead of just boss wailing at you like with a 10 hit multiple combat, they actually come up with an environment that actually gives you a difficult time fighting the boss. And the boss has two sides to him. If you fought him in the saber side, you are fucked. Because he will hit you so fast, so it's better for you to what do you call it? Go to that other side, the club area, and then fight him on that side. Because there is a pillar in between the fight, so you can just try to bait him out of that and then try to spin around. And then go to the easier side and then you can kill him while in the water. It is so unique. In a sense, not every boss is just standing in a round arena and then you just dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll the stick they are throwing at you. You know? So I think the bosses are quite interesting in the game too. Music is good, levels are amazing. Like levels in the sense the theme of the levels are super good in the game. I think I like the level design. What else is that? You can upgrade your armor in the game. You know, fuck you, Elden Ring. Because after Radon, your armor is kind of cocked till the end of the DLC. You will never get a better armor aside from the Lion's armor you get from Radon in the base game. I fuck that. In a Dark Souls 2, you can actually upgrade your armor to increase its stat and then you can take more hits. That is such a cool mechanic. I don't know why they forgot, I think, to put it on Elden Ring, which is a cool system in Dark Souls 2. Like, it was very cool. Like, I feel like I'm still progressing even though I'm going into the DLC, you know? The progression was quite good as well. What else is there? Let me think. Uh, Timeouts are quite nice. Theme was good. Music is kind of decent as well. I would say, even though this game is cancer, I think you should experience it. Like the novelty and the uniqueness this game has, especially for the PS3 it came out. It is quite. This is the best you can get, pretty much. Maybe Dark Souls 1 is a bit better, yeah. But the complexity and the level designs in this game peaks Dark Souls 1. Each level is unique. DLC especially is very good. You know? What is this thing? For PS3. You know, the early game about like 75% of the gameplay is quite fun. Like I have no problems with that. People just hate on it because of the ending, like the middle, and then there is some aspects of this game is cancer. It's toxic as fuck. They will just it's designed in the way literally to piss you off and then make you frustrated. You know, I think that's pretty much it. Combat, I can mention this. Almost every weapon can parry in the game, which is kind of cool. Like I parried Pursuer with the saber, which is quite interesting. And you can parry with the katana too. That was kind of cool. NPCs are kind of decent. Ladder system. It has so much innovative. Innovation is really good in this game. I will appreciate this game for its creativity and its a unique factor and innovation. So much good innovations on the concepts. Like this game, half of this game's concept doesn't even exist in the Elden Ring. You know, the level design I'm talking about, not the cancer mechanic. I will go into the cancer mechanic in the con section, but the creativity is kind of gone in what do you call it, Elden Ring. Like it's just boss fight is the most appealing factor of that one. You know, level designs are mid. Any innovations in different aspects. I think with that we can go to the con. I mean, I'm definitely giving this score better than Elden Ring because, like, once again, this game they tried at least in this game. In Elden Ring, they didn't even bother doing anything creative at all. Straight up. It's just a mid, most least amount of slop you can think of. I mean, at least the game played well on that one. That's one better part about that. To an extent. Busted hitbox. I'm gonna show you the clip. Give me a second. I will show you the most broken shit hitbox you've ever seen. And this is the hardest boss in the game, aka the Fume Knight. When I googled it, let me show it to you. Dark Souls 2 hardest boss. So as you can see, when you Google search it, the first boss is Fume Knight. And this is what my experience with Fume Knight is. That attack has 0 tell, and then it's literally impossible to dodge that unless you predict it. And then I dodge rolled that initial attack, but he has a lingering effect that chunked my HP bar. Watch this. You see this dog shit? This is dog shit. Bullshit, dude. Second time that happened. This time I just lost the win because it was janky as shit. See that? Yeah. You cannot defend that no matter how hard you try. The hitbox broken as hell. Like it's just dysfunctional. Straight up. I was literally not even near the sword, but it still hit me the same damage as I took the hit in front of it. At that point, why the fuck I even bother dodging that? You know? Janky hitbox, HP penalty in death is dog shit. Fuck you for that. It's garbage. Because you designed a game around a gang fight and gang squad. Dark Souls game has always been about difficulty and then you die multiple times in the game. That's how your game plays. Do you even remember how your game plays? I think they just switched off their brain while listening this game. So when you die, your health tree bar can effectively go to 50% and get locked there. Unless you use a consumable that is very limited in the game. I finished the whole game, and the only time I can use that what do you call it? The system, and then I replenish my HP about 60 times in the game, from what I see. So my average death. Let me show you. I played it on offline, so I can actually see the death counter. So I can only refill my HP bar fully about 60 times. When you can average die in this game for about, let me see, 439 times. So what the fuck is going on there? So you want me to play the game before even playing the game? Like how that works? It doesn't make any sense. Stupid mechanic. Remove that. I think this game needs a remake too. Let me put it on pro section. You made the fucking Demon Souls. Like nobody even cared about Demon Souls, but you made a Demon Souls remake for PS5. Fuck you for that, to limiting that game for only PS5. I hate you for that. But still, at least they did a remake. And this game, I want a remake without this HP penalty cock you come up with. And then remove the gang squad bullshit. And improve the stamina bar. Stamina bar. It's as big as the developer's dick size. The stamina is just the exact size of the developer's dick. Straight up. Period. You swing once and then you go run out of stamina and then you're done. You just wait for your cock bar to fill up and then you can swing once again and then you have to wait and then you swing again and then you have to wait And then in the middle of that, the boss never stops attacking. So you have to dodge, Like, fuck you for that. Like, so fuck off. Like, you are playing a stamina. Like, you are playing a turn-based combat. It feels like I'm playing a turn-based combat that just having a disguise of a, what do you call it? Disguised as a action combat, Such bullshit. Especially, Go Swing, when I say it sucks, it sucks. Let me show you. Because that's what I experienced firsthand in the game. So your stamina bar doesn't even, what do you call it? Scale that well. I like to use the great sword. Look at my Y handle. That's my light attack. And look at this. You see that dog shit? There goes half of my HP bar. So here's the deal. I swing once. I dodge roll. Swing next time. I cannot dodge roll. The fuck? Fucking dog shit. That's the stamina bar should be at least 25% bigger. Fuck that. This cockery mechanic literally made me switch my weapon to the poke stick because I ran out of stamina fighting what's that fucker's name? Fume fucker. The fume knight fucker will hit you 5 times, but I can only land one hit, dodge, and then dodge twice. Fuck you. It's dysfunctional. It doesn't work. It makes the combat gruelingly slow and miserable. Game is miserable to play. The mob design and the mob variety, not the variety, like the placements is the most toxic shit you can ever see in a video game. If you want to see the most toxic developers, that literally they went way out of the way to piss people off, play Dark Souls 2. If you can put up with the Dark Souls 2, you will have the freaking tolerance of a fucking monk. People should just worship you if you're able to put up with this piece of shit of a design. Holy fuck! So they saw the first game, and then people tried to go past the enemies and then speedrun it, right? So in order to counter that, they literally put a fucking mob in front of the ladder in a tight corridor, so you cannot climb the ladder. And then the mob is taking a shit, and guess what? You try to run past them, and then they never de-aggro. These guys will de-aggro through the fog wall after you kill the boss. It was that bad. The run back is miserable as well. Mobs aggro, cancer. Like, they can chase you to the entire game if you want them to do. Like, if you can bait them, they will chase you till the end of the region until you go to the next map. Oh my god. Okay, it will be fine for a melee character, but how the fuck you are gonna deal with that with a ranged character? Which made the final, like the 75%, the mage sniper bullshit, fucking cancer, dude. Like, they shoot you with a snipe mage attack that chunks almost 25% of HP each hit, and then they track like a fucking, what do you call it, torpedo. It just tracks you like a torpedo, dude. And then it hits you for 25% of the HP, and then they keep spamming it. And And that's the funny part. They put it in such a way so if you're hitting a person over here, there is another mage that's already shooting at you because it has a massive range. While you are here hitting the thing, it already shoots a spear ball that it will hit you automatically. You are fighting a bot. Aimbot. You are fighting an aimbot at that rate. You know? Fucking toxic. Toxic as shit. It's what's the Lords of the Fallen? That's the funny part. You think Lords of the Fallen was bad? Go play this one. I got depression playing this game, dude. It made me depressed. You know? Jesus Christ. I actually had fun the first 75% of the stage. It was unique. And then I saw the gang squad, so I switched to my Zoe header so I can sweep them, so I can AoE damage them and kill them. Worked for the 75% of the game. And then, fucking last endgame, they literally don't get staggered anymore with my attack with a freaking Zoe hander. I hit them with a Zoe hander and then they just poise through that. A trash mob. You think that is fun to deal with? Fuck you. But even a slight sneeze from them will instantly stagger you out of any attack you are doing. Real fun that one is. You know? Jesus Christ. Mom never freaking poise break. They're just perma tenacity your ass. You're just dead. They just chunk half of your HP bar once you go into the DLC. Some mobs you can literally can't hit. At all. Some mobs are invisible straight up. Like you cannot hit them. They will be a ghost and then you run around in the arena searching for a statue and then you have to break the statue and then they won't disappear because they are not a freaking spirit. They are a real person with a bullshit buff, so they just come back with a real body and then hit you anyway. Like why? Isn't that enough that I just run around kill the statues? So just make them disappear or something. And then here's the most cancerous part about that. You fight them in the tight corridor and they have a fucking hitbox that body blocks you. You cannot dodge roll through them. It is the most toxic shit fucking design I ever seen. It is insane, mind-boggling. Like, I cannot describe anything except toxic. You know? The developers are so toxic towards the player, they just want you to hate this game. Straight up. Like, they literally, it feels like someone that doesn't Dark Souls 1, like doesn't like Dark Souls 1, got the hands of the game's development and then literally made the game so people just hate the game. You know? It's deliberately made it that way to hate the game, you know? It's just depressing, miserable. Have you ever feel hopeless in a video game? Have you ever feel like you can't do anything? Have you ever feel all hope is lost? Have you ever feel depressed while you are playing this game, playing a video game? This is the game for you. Do you want to feel like that? Play this game. Without any walkthrough. Even with the walkthrough, it's a fucking nightmare. Good luck with that. Especially, thank you for my mod to recommending to use that bonfire aesthetic in that spider area. Holy fuck! I just want to quit that game after that. Because god awful. I got ganged by 3 invaders at the same time. And and then getting scored by the spiders at the same time. So I'm literally fighting 15 mobs at the same time. It gotten bad to the point I literally gotten killed as soon as I spawned from the bonfire. You spawn in the bonfire and then come out, instantly you're dead. Jesus Christ. Good concept, good, what do you call that? Innovation, good designs, but the cockery and the cancerous this game has ruined the experience completely, you know? This game deserves a remake, but I want that stamina bar to be bigger, the game score to be toned down a little bit more, and then the HP cockery should be removed completely. Rest of them you can have your janky hitbox, I don't care. And then the run back sucks, did I put that? Run back is cancer. Especially server alone run back. Go run back to server alone. I don't even bother doing server alone run back at all. Like fuck that boss fight. It's fucking dog shit. What? I don't know. Why? The boss themselves is hard as hell. And then why would you make the run back that tedious and cancer? It is most obnoxious, unfair run back you can ever think of and see. You know, it's just awful. You know, Jesus Christ. They put miserable to play, clunky controls. You cannot rebind them either. Clunky as shit. Not most bosses are parryable. Pursuer is fun. I think I can put Pursuer as a fun mechanic because I actually had fun fighting Pursuer. Yeah, it was a decent fight. Everything else, okay. Dark shit fight, Fume Knight. Fuck that guy. What is the most miserable dog shit fight in the whole game? Because just for the sheer. Oh yeah, that fucker can input radio. And I don't care what your argument is. Any game where a boss can input radio and instantly counter that is dog shit. Because it's literally you can't do anything about that. Because your character will stuck on the animation and then you get fucked over because the game literally holds you hostage. The game holds player hostage and then punishes them for healing in the game. That is such bullshit. You know? If you think that's a good design, I think you would probably like to be cucked. Fuck you. Dude, good day. Okay, hello, welcome. I'm just lying about that asshole too. Sorry about that. You know, Jesus Christ. What else is there? Every streamer I seen played this game, hated this game, and then became miserable playing this game. You know? And I can see why. I can completely sympathize why for their depression and then sadness while they play. Because the game out long. True. Like, I will put that full video in the reviews in my YouTube. You can check them out. Like, I don't know. Like, the concepts, the creativity is so good, but why do they make it this cancerless? Like, it's unfair and unfun. Oh yeah, durability. Fuck you for that. I went into the DLC with my katana, and I have. Thank you for went into my katana to fight the DLC boss, and then when I dropped the DLC boss to 75% of his HP, my katana broke. while I am fighting the boss, while I am having the +2 ring to mitigate the durability. So I have the most highest durability possible in the game, and then my katana broke in mid-combat. The fuck am I playing, Zelda? Jesus Christ. And then you have equipment load, so you can't really have another weapon to hit them with. So I just lost that run because my weapon didn't work. You know? There is a reason why they removed it after that. Because it's such a bullshit mechanic, it's unfun. Like the mechanic around it is cool. Like I would have done it in a way. Like in Dark Souls 1, you still have durability, but it is so minuscule you don't pay attention to it that long at all. But the mobs will hit you with a corrosion effect that will give your durability, right? So that is a good mechanic. But in this game, if you swing your weapon, kiss your durability goodbye. Because they don't want you to have fun. They don't, it's not about having fun at this point. They don't even want you to play this game. They want you to quit. You know, they deliberately made every mechanic possible to make you to quit this game like in 2 hours inside the game. Like the 2 of the streamers I saw that I am fan of didn't even get past 25% of the gameplay, dude. They hated the game. It was that miserable. You know? Like this is a punishment. This is like a, what do you call it? When you do something wrong, you will get a penalty or something, right? Go to jail. This is a jail. Jesus Christ. Such good potential. Most unique game, most interesting game than Elden Ring, comparatively. But the mechanics this game, my god. What else is there? Busted hit points, HP penalty is garbage. Stamina bar is so small. Game is miserable to play, that's true. Okay, run back is cancer, mob aggro is cancer. Fighting an end. Actually, I'm bot. Yeah, clunky controls. You cannot rebind the controls either. What else is there? Invades are tired. Invades are obnoxious. You know, not really a fun way to play the game if you play it online. I mean, you can play the game. Like, every aspect I'm saying, you will experience it one way or another while you are playing this game. Do not lie to yourself. Do not freaking deny it. Everything, every one of these things I mentioned will happen to you one way or another. Straight up. Happened to me. I have everything on my ward. It's not like I'm really bad at the game. Go see my pursuer. I have the freaking skill to back it up when I'm saying some of the mechanics are shit. But people are still in denial. Can't accept the fact your game is badly designed. Like, here's the thing. Like, if you have to go out of your way to defend a game, maybe you should find something better in your life. You know? Maybe you should find something better to pursue in your life other than defending a video game. You know? Like, what do you get out of it? I just don't understand. Like, that concept of defending a video game that you played, saying that game is good, even though not accepting the best, what do you get from that? Like, I cannot comprehend it. You know? If it's bad, just say it and then move on. Who cares? It's a game. You know? What else is there? It's just the gang squad and then I don't mind the gang squad. The gang squad is fine and funny, you know? It was funny for some clips and stuff. I don't really mind it. But the problem is, once you go into the end game, the gang squad is getting way more tankier and obnoxious. And then they literally don't get boys, bro. That is the most cancerous thing you could have done. You know? When I am hitting with freaking Zoe Hunter, the heaviest weapon in the game, they just tenacity through that? Like what? Like come on. What is this good? What is this bad? Like it's just the problem is that. Like it just sucks to play. The clunkiness of the game score and then the toxic difficulty they can come up that makes the game so unfun to play. But the concept and the themes of the game is so interesting. I will still recommend you to try it out with either a walkthrough or a trainer. Do not play this game fair because the developers don't want you to play this game fair at all. Ever. Because they don't have a fair mechanic so you can deal with. You know? Like you go into an area, there are so many mobs that will just be passive, and then you go kill the boss, and then so when you kill the boss, oh no, I killed the boss way sooner, so I like to go back and explore the area. Fuck you! You kill the boss, get fucked. Go to the next area because every passive mob in that area will giga aggro your ass, and then you are dead. It makes the exploration, if you kill the boss, you are fucked. You are done. You are just gonna eat the hell and then move to the next area. That's it. You know? Such good potential wasted. And then when they saw it, and then people say, Fuel Knight is so hard, he is such a good boss. Best game ever. And then they put every fucking boss like that. That janky piece of shit, unfair fun, unfair fight, like the Fuel Knight in Elden Ring. Every boss kind of plays like Fuel Knight now. Wow, we done it. We made a good game, guys. Game of the year, Elden Ring. Oh my god. When I played Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 2 has the exact same dog shit mechanic that Elden Ring has. So they always have been a stupid cancer mechanic to begin with. Unbelievable. Alright. Oh yeah. Dodge roll. Dysfunctional. So what happens is you will do the dodge roll and then you will dodge roll and then the boss hits you. You do the animation but you will still take damage for some fucking reason. Yeah. Man, you fucking have to freaking appreciate that I even fought your Fuel Knight, dude. Because that guy was functionally bad. Like, he literally doesn't work. Like, hitbox is just bad in this game. I don't know how they made it this. Hitbox in this game, this is dog shit. But, like, it's just bad, like, straight up. It's just trash. Like, you know she has screwed hitboxes with that armor. I don't know if it is an issue with the PS3, with their potato of a console when this game came out. But, I don't know. I think the game plays clunkier than Dark Souls 1. Like, that's the problem. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Because the previous game they made is an older game, right? So that game has better mechanics. And this game came later. And then this game somehow has worse mechanic and it plays bad. How is that even possible? You know? Okay. I think with that we can go to the score section, and you can see my all the awards. I just I actually had fun playing the game for a while. So, how do I spell score? Forgot. Actually had fun playing the game, the early game. But early game and mid game, even the 75% of this is kind of fine. The boss fights are kind of easy too. It's not like that hard or anything. It's very understandable too. Like intuitive. The boss fights, you can just see them and then see what they are doing. At best, you'll probably die like 5 or 6 times. That's pretty much it. But DLC, trash. Straight up. DLC, Film Night, fuck Film Night. In one word, toxic. This game is toxic. Straight up. That's the word. It's the most toxic game ever I played. It's just genuinely made to make the player miserable and want them to quit the game. You know? I give it a 7 out of 10. It's better than Elden Ring. At least in this game, they kind of tried with different stuff. You know? But Elden Ring is just a Ubisoft slop. That's my score. Find a boss, 100 guys and beat them. Yep, pretty much. That is sweet, games. Also, I mean, this is the funny part. Okay, here's the thing. People say that Dark Souls games are so hard, it's impossible to beat, right? But I played it, I beat every boss, and then I parried him to death. It's not like others people hyped them to be, at least for me. Like, it's hard in a sense, it's just the jank and nagging mechanics they have. Like, here's the thing. You can make any game as hard as Elden Ring. All you have to do is make the mobs, like the enemies, do like 10 billion damage and then two-shot you. You know? You can make Halo 2 like that. You know? Any game. You can give me any game. And then I can just increase the number of the damage the enemy can do. And then call the game hard. That's how Dark Souls feels like. Especially Elden Ring. Like, the end game bosses just straight up two-shot you. Like in this game, feel like it just one-shots your ass. You know? Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's my review. 7 out of 10. Good concept. Cancerous, what do you call it? Toxic and most cancerous mechanics the game has. I want a remake with better mechanics. Better mechanics, better hit bars, higher HP bar, higher stamina bar, and then a HP penalty should be removed. Straight up. I died about how many times in this game? Let me check. I think I probably died less than in Sekiro. But in Sekiro, all the bosses are kind of fine. Not fine. Some of them are fucking janky, broken piece of shit. But I fought every bosses in that game. But I can ignore some of them in this game. But that's pretty much it. Dark Souls 2 need a remake. Decent concept. I think of all the Souls, like this one deserves a remake as well. And probably Bloodborne. It's only 439, yeah. Like, yeah. Probably this game and Bloodborne should need a remake. Probably Bloodborne will hold up since it's made for PS4. Oh my god. Playing it on PS, I'm playing it on PC. I mean, Dark Souls 2 is available on PC, not Bloodborne though. I am playing it on PC, but I am using a controller. People play this game on a keyboard, dude. This feels bad. Alrighty, let's see some videos and then I think I'm gonna play something else. I need a break. Too much yelling. I did. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I wanna see this.
Okay. All right, I'm going to watch this video because it's going to make me mad. It's a video called Dark Souls 2 is Epic.
I have a confession to make. I like Dark Souls 2.
You fucking idiot. I hate this guy. I can't believe this. I fucking played Dark Souls 2. I played it twice, okay? I went through the whole game. I did every fucking DLC. I beat every boss. And you're right. Dark Souls 2 has a handful of good ideas. But guess what?
Yes.
They had 100 ideas. 90 of them are shit. 5 of them are okay.
90 of them are shit, toxic as fuck, and makes you depressed. It is the most cancerous, obnoxious mechanics you can think of. Yep, there it is.
That's true. All right, let's keep going. No, this isn't accurate. Because this shows a Hyde Knight actually telegraphing an attack. And anybody who played Dark Souls 2 knows that they just stand there with the sword like this, and then the next second they hit you. Yeah, so this is not even, this is false advertising.
Yeah, you can look at that. That concept is kind of cool, right? Have you seen anything like that in
Oh wow,
Dark
what
Souls?
a great boss. Look at
Elden
this.
Ring.
How incredible. Look who it is. It's Ornstein, and his name's Old Dragon Slayer. It's basically a worse version of a Dark Souls 1 boss. How incredible.
Oh yeah.
2 weeks.
What
I'm
amazing
genuinely
design.
enjoying it.
Control C, Control V. Let's go.
This game has a lot of problems.
It does.
Some of the level design is very questionable.
They could have put.
I mean, it's this level.
Lots of
Oh
problems.
my god.
Some level design-
That is the exact level I molded the fuck out. This level? Oh my god. It is the most cancerous level in the whole game, dude. I was stuck there for like 4 hours because I didn't pay attention here. There is a small ladder that you can go past to make this a level pretty easy. But still, holy
Design
fuck!
is very questionable.
This area? My god, questionable? Are you serious? This is like Satan's punishment. This is what you get when you go to hell. This is what's that movie's name? Maze Runner. This is Maze Runner in hell.
They could have put anything in this room. It's literally just a square box and a bonfire. What the?
Oh, well, how about the fact that in order to get to this fucking place, you have to take an elevator up that goes for like fucking 10 hours? What is the logic that at the very top of the elevator you have magma? It's like it's not even environmentally consistent. There's nothing about this game that is consistent.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't really care about the lava thingy. I think it doesn't really make sense. But I didn't really give a shit about that. It was kind of
They could put
interesting
anything in this
anyway.
room. It's literally just a square box and a bonfire.
This is literal fucking dog shit, too. This is after you kill the Lost Sinner. I remember this exact fucking room. You just go into a blank, empty fucking room, and then it gives you some special thing that it says, and then you go back to Majula.
Yeah.
What the hell?
One of the funny level designs is Earthern Peak. Look at it. It's just a nice tower. Well, you.
Yeah, this was kind of cool.
One of the funny level designs is
This the area, it looks unique. Like, see
Earthern
this.
Peak. Look at it. It's just a
This
nice
is pretty
tower.
badass.
Well, you go.
I actually think this level design is pretty good. I'm gonna give
Yeah.
it to you. I think
Like, the concept is good, but the execution and the mob design is just
this level
toxic as
design
shit.
is relatively good.
Like, when they say about the level design, I am always talking about the theme, the concepts, you know? But when I say the toxic aspect of this is just putting the mobs in a place that's just the most obnoxious and annoying way possible. You know, that's what I mean by the toxic design. Like, I don't care about the level design at all. The level design is amazing in the game. Like, it's so complex, unique, interesting to explore. Period. But, my god, the combat, it's as soon as you go into the combat, you're just gonna hate
I
your
like
life.
this area.
To the tower.
I mean, I like almost every area in the game. Like, in the
Kill
team-wise,
the boss. You know, the usual Dark Souls stuff. Then you come upon an elevator and take it up to Iron Keep. What the how is that even possible? This is
Oh my
actually like a
God.
really bad problem, because at the end of the day, who cares? But I just thought it was funny. And this cute little picture really describes it well.
Yeah.
What the heck is this thing? It looks like
Just thought
oh yeah. So that's what has been called meant. The iron keep is top of the elevator. I mean, yeah,
That's
it doesn't
funny.
make
And this
no
cute-
sense.
Yeah, that's Dark Souls 2 level design. Incredible, guys. Absolutely fucking incredible.
Maybe it's on top of a mountain or something. Maybe.
Dark Souls, I don't know what's more inconsistent. Hitboxes in this game or the level design. It's
Hitboxes. 100%. Period. Fuck you. Fuck this game. Fuck the hitboxes. I hate my life. Look at this. Second time that such bullshit. I just lost the win because
a race to
look
the
at
bottom.
that.
little picture really describes
It's a race to the boxes in this game or the level design. It's a race to the bottom.
Oh, it's
Little
lies to
picture
the
really
fucking
describes it well.
abyss. Bottom is he will reach the end point, right? This is an abyss.
the heck is this thing?
It
Looks
just
like
goes
that one
deeper.
puzzle from Skyrim. Am I scared?
What the fuck is
The
that?
heck is this thing? Looks like that one puzzle from Skyrim. Am I scared? Yes, it's freaking Ornstein, bro. Give me your damn armor. Oh, okay, you can keep the armor.
Moving on from level design, Dark Souls 2 really struck out with the weapons. There is a bunch of them. And the design
This is very true. The
Half
Dark
of them
Souls
is dog
weapons
shit.
and the amount of different weapons and playstyles Dark Souls 2 has does set it aside from Dark Souls 1, and I would even argue Dark Souls 3. I think Dark Souls 2 has the largest breadth of different types of playstyles, as well as they enable
Oh yeah, that's true.
a lot more playstyles with the inclusion of
Yeah,
more
the power
tight-linked
sensing is also
slabs
introduced.
that are
Every
available
weapon
per
can.
playthrough. So Dark Souls 2
Yeah.
is better in that regard. This part is true.
Designs are actually pretty unique. Look, it's an anvil chained to a stick.
Very
Now that's
cool.
funny. And also, boss weapons are 10 times easier to get. You just talk to this guy. Speaking of bosses,
That's true, but Dark Souls 3 did the exact same thing.
this game should be called Boss Souls 2 because, my god, there are 42 bosses in this game.
Well, this boss actually isn't a boss. It's actually a target dummy, because if you fight her and aggro her through this tree, it could be this one or the one behind him, all she does is she just walks towards the tree, and you can just hit her, and she'll do nothing and just die. The same as every other boss in this game that can be exploited in some way to where it's even easier than it already is.
I think for that is probably the limitation of the PS3. This game came in PS3, dude. Come on. Cut them some slack. Have you know how potato games in PS3 are? Like, I mean, compared to Dark Souls 1, that is also another argument. But janking the boss like that is not a big deal. I janked Radon in Elden Ring. Go see my video. When you parry Radon, he just gets janked as hell. It's not a big deal. There is always going to be an exploit for any boss. But the problem with this Scorpion bullshit is that she has a very bad hitbox.
This game should be called Boss Souls 2 because, my god, there are 42 bosses in this game. When I first heard that, I was like, holy guacamole.
There's 42 bosses in this game in the same way that there's like 78 or whatever bosses in Elden Ring. True, but half of them are just reskins of a previous boss that's in a tunnel.
I mean, the only reskin I saw in the game was the fucking Smolder Demon. You know? One of them is red, and then the other one is blue. And then the blue one is DLC you gotta pay for.
bosses. Then
That's pretty much
reality
it.
set
Most of them are unique,
in.
at least
Just
from
like
what I've
Thanos
seen.
said, reality is often disappointing.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the bosses are really super duper easy or just like
I actually think the Rotten is a pretty interesting boss. Belfry Gargoyles. Apparently, whoever made this fight played. They must have worked on Diablo 3, because remember how Diablo 3, their idea of difficulty was just doing a 2x on every number in the game for Inferno mode? The only reason why this fight is hard is because there's 4 gargoyles. There's no actual challenge to any of their movement. It's just that a bunch of them spawn all at the same time.
this tier list
Gang squad, welcome to Gang Bang.
bosses can be with the only
Let's see. Fume Knight.
Oh my god, you were fucking fuck you for that! S tier, from's best. If this is the best you got in the game, I don't want to even see the worst.
Smelter Demon. Burn Ivory King.
This guy is a gang squad dog shit. This guy is dog shit. This guy is dog shit. Smelter Demon dog shit. Looking as kinda decent. Dog shit, dog shit. You know, fuck every boss is dog
I
shit in
didn't
the
really
game.
like Burn Ivory King, personally. Just looking around.
It's just that this guy's problem is this the cancerous run back you got. Like, I saw the run back, I just don't want to deal with it. I just killed his ass instantly and then moved on. I don't want to deal with that run back. Fuck that.
I actually think Lost Sinner should be A tier. I kind of liked Lost Sinner. It was a unique boss.
Yeah, thank you for the biz. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
bosses. And now I'm realizing I said mostly negative things.
But how though? How would you see this and then say the boss is good? That is such bullshit. How? I just don't understand these people. How could you say this? What's this? Like he is stabbing the sword. Look at this. Look at where I am standing. Look where his sword is. Look how I am taking damage. Like, oh my god, I can't. I just want. I just want to. I don't know what to do. Like, this is just makes me mad. Like, how can you be delusional? Are you drunk? No way this is a good design, man. Look where I am stabbing. Look where he is stabbing. Unbelievable. This is just a nightmare.
Things about this game. I swear to you it's good. I promise you I'm enjoying it. I give it like a 7 out of 10. It's not as good as Dark Souls.
Yeah, that's my score too. Because, but I will agree, I'm not gonna defend this game no matter what. It's gonna make you miserable to play this game, but for the concepts and the innovation, I will give it a better score for it.
Was one, but hey,
That's
it's
it.
still a solid ass game. The rest of
You
the video
know,
will be me
if this game deserves a remake, or maybe a mod that fixes, somebody mod this game, so fix this jank.
just beating the game for the first time. If you enjoyed, like
Jesus.
and subscribe. Oh, there it is.
This place
Yo.
is fucking dog shit. You have those two Hierophant fucking elephant guys here. God, that's so fucking annoying.
You actually fought them? You deserve that. I just ran past them and then went to the bonfire. I don't even bother fighting them. You know, some fights you don't fight. Straight up.
So is that the end of the game up?
This looks pretty cool. Like, this is why I give this game a 7 out of 10. Look at this. Have you ever seen something like this in Elden Ring? Like, look how dark it
God,
looks
that's
too.
so fucking annoying.
And it's raining too.
So is that the end of the game up there? Damn, no warm welcoming here, bro? No.
Oh, no, wait a second. We skipped the part where there's no visual indicator whatsoever that you have to kill NPCs in front of the doors in order to make it open. There's no visual indicator. There's no communication with the Emerald fucking Herald. There's nothing. You just have these NPCs that are infinitely spawning until you just eventually have to go to fucking GameFAQs.com to figure out why the fuck it's not opening. Is it a bug? No, it's not a bug. The game just sucks. Oh, wow, look at this. Amazing. Look at that. It's the same exact fucking NPC on the way over to the Lost Center. And then, oh, wow, look who that is. The same guardians that are guarding the doors that you need to open with the key later on in the game. This pisses me off so much. Oh, wow, look at this. Traditional Dark Souls 2 difficulty. 3 mobs. Isn't
At
it
the same
hard?
time, I mean, he is actually having it easy because there is another one that just behind you stabs you with his boxing right up your ass. If you're fighting that guy over here, you know, you'll probably try to run back to your bonfire, right? There is another guy that spawns behind you and then pokes you in your
Wow,
ass.
what a challenge.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Let's wait till we get to the Ruined Sentinels.
Oh yeah.
These guys are gonna come alive, aren't they?
Let's
Yes,
go,
they
baby. You think this is bad? Go play Iron
You
Keep.
want it?
You think this is bad? Go play that other bullshit area, the Mage Snipe.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow, 4 mobs. Wow.
This is exactly why I use the Zoihander, by the way. If you use a colossal weapon, this is not a problem. Because that sword swings sideways. Let me show you. Like this sword. You see that? It has like a 180-degree swing. So you can just sweep all of them at the same time and then kill them. That's why I use this sword in the whole game with the playthrough. And I actually had a decent time fighting them.
That's so
You know, but that's the problem. Like you can't you shouldn't use a specific weapon in order to mitigate that, you know?
cool.
This is human zone only. No statues allowed. No.
Oh, look at that.
No.
Yeah, man, that Sentinel is so tanky as shit,
Make
man.
it fair. Have just him, please.
Well, it's not going to be fair because the hitboxes aren't fair. Yes, Dark Souls 3 level design. I don't have a problem with them reusing bosses as normal mobs. You know, like Farum Azula did that. It's not a big deal. But, like, I hate Dark Souls 2, so it's bad.
I think they should have reduced the HP of these things because I never fought these things. I gave up. I hit them and then I saw the HP bar just go slightly gone down. I just stopped. It's not a mimic. Hit the guy! Where are you aiming at?
This is, by the way, this is the mind of a person who says Dark Souls 2 is epic. Okay?
Yeah.
Number 1. Number 2. Dark Souls 2, the ending of Dark Souls 2 is the most pathetic ending I've ever seen in a From Software game. It is literal dog shit ass garbage. Even King Allant, which was also a dog shit ass garbage ending in Demon Souls, is 1,000 times better than this.
Damn. That bad? Yeah, it was disappointing as shit.
Guy.
Hit the stupid thing with your sword. What are you doing?
Okay. We gotta frick up this boss, bro. I'm getting everything ready. Put on the pine resin.
It's not this boss. You've already fricked up this boss. You've already done it. You guys ready to see what this crazy new boss is?
Oh, really? What is it?
This is, by the way, this isn't like an Elden Ring, oh, you go to one of the catacombs and you fight a reused boss. No, this is in Drangleic Castle. The main fucking part of the, this is like Anor Londo. Okay?
Get this ready.
Okay, I don't know. Get. Oh, these things! I remember this
wow.
piece of shit.
Shoot
This
your
is the
bow.
boss.
Okay.
This is the second boss you
Okay,
fight
go
in the
shoot your
game, and at this time there is 2 of them. One of them is up the stairs. They range your
I got
ass.
an idea.
But to be honest, these guys are not that tough at all. Go see my wars. I just went there, swung like 3 times with my sword. One of them dropped, and then I swung 2 times, and then the other guy was dead.
Oh,
man.
wow. There's two mobs with massive ranged items that are just in a small room where you have to roll away from them. God, I fucking hate this shit.
Got a good idea.
I mean, if
This
you
is
died
not
to
fair
this thing, you
So, a
probably
little
don't
fun
have a
fact
good
here is
build.
that the Dragon Rider that uses the bow has like 1,000 health. Even though it does
Yeah.
high damage, it has like almost no health. It's not scaled up properly. It's probably just the same as the rest of the game is not done properly. So if you just kill that one fast, it becomes just as easy as it was in Hyde's Tower.
Yeah, then what's the problem then?
Ever.
I mean, still it's a dog shit reused boss. I can agree on that. I mean, it only took me 1 try for these guys, I think.
That's just
job.
me and you fat bastard.
There you go.
You don't like that? Oh, this guy's weak as hell.
See,
Look at me,
it's just what I
coward.
said.
You guys
Yeah,
wanna
look at
double
that.
Team? This is what you
Ooh.
get. Freaking booty sniffers.
He just
Oh, wow.
3-shotted that dude.
Another challenging
Oh,
Dark
wish me luck, guys.
Souls
This is
2
the end for me.
encounter.
I hate this game, 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 I hate this game. There's a door! Drink!
There's the
Where are we?
assassins.
Oh
Oh,
my
wait,
god.
wait a
Oh.
second. What about the fucking chariot?
Oh my god!
Where's the
Is-
chariot?
I think this guy is.
Is it-
I think this guy is playing the Dark Souls OG
Change
version.
anything! Why do you play so many enemies? Game!
Yeah, see, bro, even a guy who's saying this is a person who's supposed to be simping for the game, he can't even fake it for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
You only got one choice.
Gang squad, welcome to the
Run.
Pound Town.
Where
Let's go.
am I going, bro? Bonfire. Bonfire? Okay.
Man, I remember one reviewer saying that the Elden Ring players are abuse with them. If you want to know what abuse is, play this game.
Down, I found a bossy. Try left arm.
POV, Abyss Simulator.
Area of the
This is
spare.
the fucking
scared of dog shit.
the mirror knight, right?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, one of the best bosses in Dark Souls 2. Looking Glass Knight is, I think, is an S tier boss fight. It's super fucking cool and unique. One of the best boss fights in the entire game.
Looking boss
That
night.
was a mistake.
Uh,
Hit him! Hit
What you
him!
doing?
There you go.
What you
dude,
doing?
you made the same mistake when you were playing this game. Shut up.
What did he just
This guy, look at this guy. He also did the exact same
summon
issue
someone in the fight?
of not eating that guy. Ooh. Red bozo.
Should I be hitting this?
That's so
Nope,
it's
I
so
shouldn't. I
fucking
should've been
cool.
hitting him.
Yeah, so by the way, real players, you remember back in like Demon Souls where like you had the old monk and he could summon like a real player to fight you? The exact same thing was it with the Looking Glass Knight. Is like you would have a real player that was summoned that could actually help you like kill you while the boss fight was there. That's so cool. John Souls, bro, that one clip, do you remember that one clip of Moon with the knockback sword? RP walking and just bonking people off the edge. It killed like 3 different people. It was so fucking funny, man. I watched every one of those streams. John Souls.
Oh, he can summon enemies. That's just so obnoxious though, because the run bugs for this guy is not a cool concept but poorly executed, to be honest.
Come on!
So he can actually summon a
Looking Glass Knight.
Wow.
real player.
I didn't even know I got this.
How do you even have that?
No.
Oh, wow. Let's go ahead and watch this one again. Let's watch it
I
in...
didn't even know I got this.
Let's watch this in slow motion, guys. Here we go. Let's see how good this game really is.
I know.
Okay, all right, here we go, guys. We got the roll. Clearly out of the roll. Clearly fucking out of it. Whoop! Gotcha, bitch.
Ah! Yep, there it is. That's so stupid,
Give me a
baby.
second.
At least it doesn't hit that hard.
Great game,
I
guys.
think. Yeah. But in Sekiro, it had the ogre kind of has that same jank HP bar, but you are
What
dead.
the hell is he doing? He's like a
See?
child.
Yeah.
It doesn't hit you that
Hooray
much.
for skeleton.
Right arm gone. That's not how
Hooray
it
for
works.
skeleton. Holy moly. Holy moly. Don't get
Ooh,
trapped,
this
don't get
area is
trapped.
kinda
Fight me.
annoying.
Holy
These mobs are actually pretty
mackerel,
hard to
look at all
kill.
these Ghosts.
Yeah. They're tanky as hell.
Look at all these ghosts. No.
Annoying.
Mercy.
Reposo. Like that.
Oh. Oh. No.
Elden Ring Simulator.
Ah, this guy
boss
is kind
has
of
2
fun.
attacks.
Yeah,
It's
this guy's kind
regarded
of
as
fun.
one of the best bosses in Dark Souls 2. It has 2 attacks.
Looks awesome. Okay, don't do that.
Wow.
Oh damn, I didn't miss.
Wow. And then he does the slam. Yeah, you see the slam? And then he does the other slam? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
what's
think
going
he
on.
kind of has 3 or
Not even
4
the
at
slightest,
least.
I don't know what's going on.
But all
It
of
look
the
like- it
raiders
look
can't
like a
beat that? Well,
steak
yeah, of course
down
not.
here, bro.
Ooh, you're break, you're shit,
my
you're
God.
fuck.
I
There you
thought
go.
this part was really cool.
Yeah,
I knew that was
it
gonna
was
happen.
cool, but it is cheesy as fuck.
Oh, wait a sec. Oh, isn't that... Oh, that was so cute. Oh, wow. Let's look at this frame by frame. Okay. And we're going to go all the way down. Wait a second. Okay. So, he didn't get hit. He's chilling. Everything is fine. Gotcha, bitch. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This is one of the coolest visually areas in the entire game.
Yeah.
I
True.
absolutely love this area.
Especially
It's
when you cross the
phenomenal.
bridge in this area, that was pretty badass.
This place is fucking incredible.
I don't know what's going on at all. I had some idea what was going on in the freaking first game in Dark Souls
No one
1,
does.
but now, man,
The
I am
developers don't.
just like, what on God's green earth
True.
are we doing?
On God.
Now we could fight the dragon.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Pussy!
Psych,
Come on.
here, bitch.
Ah,
Watch
you're
out.
fighting
Okay, so
that?
you guys want to know what this boss does? he flies up and you have to run away, and then you run back and you hit him in the foot, and then he flies up again, and then you have to run away. That's the entire fight.
I would rather play this than fight any dragon bullshit in Elden Ring. Fuck Elden Ring for that. At least you can't see shit, but it only has one mechanic, so you can actually
There's a
predict
fire
it,
still
what
gonna
it's
hit him.
gonna do.
Yep. Look at that. What a good game.
You know?
I am good.
Elden Ring dragons are not that great either. Shut up.
Are these the giants?
This part's actually kind of hard.
Oh my god.
This is like
Dude,
a
there's freaking
fucking
war going on. Don't mind me,
Green.
giants.
Memory.
I'm just here to actually know what I'm here for.
I don't know.
This ain't none of my
The
business.
flashback of the Giants War.
I'm just trying to get. Oh, holy moly! Look at that.
That guy just
Frick that
mangled
guy
it.
up. The giant lord.
Oh wow! Look at that! Wow!
Yeah, this
what
guy
a
has
boss
only 2
fight.
attacks.
Oh, he is giant, but he ain't no lord.
Do you know why? It just took that many seconds to kill it. It's because that's how easy the fight is.
Right,
Yeah, we just run around the legs and then he's
Yeah, I
dead.
wonder how strong Lord
He's ridiculously.
This guy
fucking
has
OP.
only. This guy, I think, he has like 2
But don't
attacks
worry,
though.
you can solve that problem by just walking to the right or the left. I forgot which one. I think it's the right because he has the weapon in his left hand.
Kendrick is in his prime.
Just walk to the
Right now, we're
right.
just fighting like a little husk of him.
Just walk
of
to
his
the
old
right.
Self.
No,
He's
you're in
pretty
the kill
pathetic.
range. Move
no.
out. Oh,
No.
okay.
I take that back. You aren't pathetic. I'm
I
sorry.
think the problem with this boss is the dog shit run back
I
it
hated
has.
that boss.
Probably beat my ass.
Yeah, lame boss.
So, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do now, but
You're supposed to do the
what I have
DLC,
an idea
pussy.
is I'm gonna go back to the castle.
I want to see this guy talks a big game, but I don't see a single video of him fighting the film night. I want to see that. I want to see the misery I went through.
Until that queen that I killed her hubby, and let's see how she reacts.
You know,
And she's gone. And this guy again? This guy's a video
he
game?
always talks a big game, but barely has any video proof of him playing it.
Let's see what the heck this is. Oh,
Oh, wait a second. That wasn't realistic. Because if it was actually Dark Souls 2, you would have had him use the fog wall and then get hit while he's in the animation of the fog wall, which would prevent him from starting the boss fight.
Yep, and then he dies. And then the
his last
bombs will
boss.
gap close you, and then you die.
I think boss is not really the right word to use.
yes.
This is a
Kinda
gimmick.
bad. Okay,
What is
music's
that?
awesome.
What are you summoned on this?
No fucking way. He's using summons on this boss. No fucking
You just
way.
run behind his ass, and then you hit the ass, and then it just dies. Such a shit boss.
Who cares?
It just literally gives you cancer, though.
This shit is so... It...
Don't give up, guys.
Yeah, look at that. It cuts your HP bar. Yo, Lucky, if you're still watching, this is the HP bar you get when you die lot in the game. You see? This is your max HP bar he has. And then the curse will leak your HP bar to this.
Don't give up, guys. Okay, I'll give up.
I mean, I
It's
died
rock
to
and
that
roll,
guy
baby.
too. He just randomly
left,
pulls
you
a
go right,
freaking
I'll
random
give
attack
me
out of his ass and then you
What
die.
part is
On
giving me
his side.
curse? The light? Is it the light that's giving off the curse? Don't give up,
Hit the
team.
thing.
Okay. No, he's dead.
This is the last fight. This is the last boss fight in original Dark Souls 2. This is it, right here.
Yeah. Kind of a pathetic fight, to be honest.
This is it.
Come
So
on.
she's
Come
doing
on.
nothing. She just
She's
literally
won it,
is
she's
just
won it.
she's literally just standing there. She's just standing there, right? That's it.
AFK.
Yes.
Rethinking her
Oh,
life.
Hugo, you're alive. Even though you have a
Baldi
fake
is even
moonlight
worse.
greatsword,
Yes, it is.
I still love you.
Oh, he did do Scholar. Okay.
There we go.
Wow. Well, I think that definitely goes to show how epic the last boss was. You didn't even show it.
I haven't fought this guy at all. I think I said yes to him, and then he
Victory
didn't
That's a
bother to
sight
hit me
thrown.
at all.
Dark Souls and Elden Ring improved my life in
The video pisses me off so much.
I have a
Every time I see Dark Souls 2, it makes me mad. I've thought
Yeah.
about playing it again just so I can remind myself how bad it was. It ended like that? Yeah, that was the end of the video, by the way. Oh, here's Dark Souls 2 is epic, okay? How the fuck do I turn off watch later? Or, so where it doesn't autoplay? I don't know how to do that.
Is he power stancing two of those poke stick?
You don't? You can't on playlists.
Jesus.
I have a confession. to make.
What an
I like the-
annoying piece of shit. Not the video, the fucking YouTube. This is the end of the video, guys.
Man, that's some throne.
That's it.
Dark Souls and Elden Ring improved my life.
That's Dark Souls 2 is epic. This is the
Yeah,
best he
ending
could do.
right there.
You gotta
I have a
understand.
confession.
Like this guy, Capitron, you know what? It is Capitron. Because that's the only fucking way I could explain how you could make a video that's called Dark Souls 2 is epic. Is if you're capping. You're fucking right. It's the worst game I've ever played. It was so bad. I'm so upset. The ironic title, it better. Yeah, fuck it. It's not the video I was expecting. I'm glad.
He said freaking Enotria was better though. Like, I don't think Enotria is better than Dark Souls 2. You know?
Yeah.
I don't think
Press
so.
X to stop the
Enotria is a
autoplay.
scam.
Emeru, Anor,
Maybe it's just
I
subjective.
might do that. I want to watch something else. Dark Souls 2 is compared to other Souls games. To other games, it's still a very good game. Here's my fucking hot take. I completely disagree with that. I think that if Dark Souls 2 wasn't called Dark Souls 2 and it was just called Adventure to Drangleic Castle, it would be universally regarded as a piece of shit trash game that has bad coding, awful hitboxes, and terrible design.
Yeah.
The only
Yeah.
reason people make any fucking excuses for this game is because it has Dark Souls in its name, not despite, not because they don't criticize it because it's like that. They make excuses because it's like that.
Yeah, I don't
code
care.
change-
I said Elden Ring was shit. Because that's how I feel when I
Rolling
played
was
it.
really
It's
dumb. It was-
shit game.
It's awful.
You know?
It's
It
the
was
worst.
miserable.
Dark Souls 2 is the first for many people. It's the only reason it was so loved. Yeah. They're still wrong.
God. Yeah, I think I can get that. PS3, Dark Souls 3, 2,
That opinion
yeah, that
is
makes
wrong.
sense. I don't think it's a
You
good
probably think
game.
Lord of the Fallen is better than Dark Souls 2? I don't know. I haven't played it. Dark Souls
Last of the Fallen is better than Dark Souls 2. I mean, it plays better, but you can't really compare them, two of them, right? Because the mechanics from Dark Souls 2 are PlayStation 3 era, and then Last of the Fallen is a recent game. That's why I gave Enotria a dog shit score, because Enotria is a game that came out this year, 6 months ago. But Dark Souls 2 came like 10 years ago, dude.
2 is indeed the game. Yeah.
And somehow Enotria plays worse than Dark Souls 2 in
Dark Souls
certain
2
regards.
is indeed the game ever made. True. What I like about Dark Souls 2 is the game gives a lot of freedom to do stupid stuff. Yeah, like play the game itself. Okay.
Yep,
Anyway,
true.
the video wasn't that bad. Okay, it was not that bad of a video, and I think he pretty much gave it the he gave it a pretty, like this is exactly how I felt whenever.
Like,
I was
he
getting-
didn't exactly, this is just a bait video. He didn't exactly give good arguments about the mechanics or the level designs in the game that much. But it has its merits, but the concepts and the mechanics is the bane of this game's
This
existence.
is the worst end boss I've ever
Yeah.
seen.
Yeah.
It's the worst one.
I mean, I'm glad this thing is a piece of shit.
Dark Souls 2 is the best PvP of every Souls game. Really? Okay, let's watch it. Let's see if this is going to pop up. I've never seen this video before.
Oh, Iron Keep, I think. Yep, that's Iron Keep right there. Oh, he's using the partisan. I think. That's partisan, I assume.
Wow. It's amazing. It's incredible. Let's go back over. Let's watch another one. That was an NPC? Yeah, I know. That's why I went to another video.
I think that's a washing bowl. Washing bowl infused with the dark. Okay.
It's so good, guys. Oh, wow. Wow.
What? Oh, that even worked.
Look at this. One more.
He just thrusted it and then it fell down. And then it just hit him anyway. What?
I haven't
Dark
seen any of these videos before.
What sword is that? That looks pretty decent. Oh, that's Zweihander. That's the only sword that can thrust like that.
This is what people say is the saving grace of Dark Souls 2 is the PvP.
I think he is playing on a keyboard and mouse. Like the way he moved, feels like it's a keyboard. And, oh. I think the dragon is gonna show up. Yep, there it is. Get fucked. GG. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, as soon as he just started to wiggle, I just know. Because that's what's gonna happen. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna go get my food and then we will gonna probably continue this video and then I will watch what do you got?
There you go.
A lower video. I want to know the story about Dark Souls 2.
It is the worst at everything.
I think it is. Compared to the other Dark Souls game, this game is worse. All right.
You ready for this?
Oh yeah, let's go.
Let's do this.
This game, I think, probably is like Dark Souls is way more fun if you go up.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Looks like they made this game easier so casual players can play. Yeah. Whoa!
Oh, this is Dark Souls 2. Uh-oh, he is so fucked. Yep, there he is. Persona.
Is this too easy for you?
Oh yeah, let's go. Welcome to Dark Souls 2.
You know, I actually think the game seems pretty challenging.
The guy beats his ass.
I'll see you later. Okay.
GG.
Hello, I'm Pete. I'm your friend, maybe not.
If you're up with that. This dude's giving off a really bad vibe,
Blah, blah,
so I think we
blah.
should kill him.
I'm going
Wait.
back.
He gave us a soapstone. Solaire gave us a soapstone.
Evil.
So this guy's like the new Solaire,
Only
you know?
listen to me.
Yeah, you're
I'm
probably
going to
right.
kill you later on.
Oh, Iron Keep, I think. Oh, here is Tower of Flame. Ooh. Yeah, pretty much. Lightning or what? What? He didn't give me jack shit when I fought him. Before it was Nerf. No Man's Wharf. Ah. Very interesting level design. In any of the Souls like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, you will never see an area like this one. I will guarantee you. Just for this, you should play Dark Souls 2. One of the most unique concepts and level themes the whole game has. Majula. Hey. That is a fire maiden.
Ambush behind. Amazing shit. What? Woman in short for the try-time butt. Horse butt? What?
Oh god, that messages.
Check it out. I'm a baby bird. That's pretty good. Buddy!
Oh, that's a bad bastion.
We run and we explode! Oh, wow! I'm gonna blow up! You think you can handle my spells? You know, you sound a lot like our old friend Frampt. Yeah, he does sound like Frampt. I don't know what you're talking about. Here, eat this. Well, I'm not really hungry. It is Frampt! Oh, it's good to see you, Frampt! Ah.
I
Mr. God, the bell! Yeah,
Kill
that
it,
sounds
kill
really
it,
lame,
kill it,
so I
kill
think
that
we're gonna
thing.
pass. You're gonna regret that!
Kill that thing.
Blood fart? And rotten sausage? Alright, it's 2-on-2. It's a fair fight. What's this? Alright, it's 2-on-1. It's gonna be an uphill battle. I'm sorry. Very good.
Pretty much. If you get invited, you are fucked in this game. Unget purgatory. Oh.
Hey, do you know how to beat this boss? Yeah, I've beaten him before. Just follow my lead. Sounds good.
Wait, which boss?
My master!
Find some cover.
Oh, this is also such a cool design. I loved this design. Elden Ring didn't even stood a chance against this boss fight. It is so cool. You gotta play this game, man. Like, some of the aspects are so good. So innovative. Like this one. Watch this. Watch this fight. This is the exact fight I'm talking about.
Find some cover.
So they're running behind and they're taking cover to try to dodge the chariot that's coming towards them. This is exactly how it felt when I'm playing it.
Alright, let me in.
I don't think there's enough room for 3 people in here.
Alright, very funny. Now make some room.
No, seriously, look how tight these walls are.
Yeah, you gotta find another spot. I would, but I don't have enough time.
If you leave now, you probably have enough time.
I've beaten him, and I'm telling you that I don't.
Really, we'd let you in, but there's just no room.
I disagree. Now let me in.
You gotta find another spot.
No time. Just find another spot. No time.
Just find another spot.
I do not have enough time.
Yeah, that's not true though. Unless he is just super weak, you can take a hit from that chariot.
I just wanted the souls.
Oh, he's wearing that. I think he's dead. Yeah, he is wearing that soul armor that gives you more souls when you kill an enemy. So that armor is big as hell.
Souls.
Yeah, Reposo. So that's why he got annihilated. That knight armor, this guy. The blue guy is wearing elite knight armor, right? You can take a hit from that chariot wearing that armor. No problem. It chunks out of your HP bar, but still. It's not a death sentence.
Hey, this place looks pretty cool. I wonder if there's gonna be a... Buddy? Buddy?
Oh, the flame sorceress. Are we gonna see that?
Moving box!
What the heck? You can turn into a box? That's amazing!
Martin movie.
Hello.
What?
May I share with you the lore of this land?
Yeah, let's hear
Oh,
it.
that's Martin video, I
know
think.
it's hard to believe, but we're actually standing in an alarm.
Why did you do that?
No, that was my fault. Please leave a bad player review on my name, so I may learn from my mistakes.
You know, I actually feel kind of bad.
You should. He was just trying to tell us the lore of the land.
Well, I didn't know that
You
before.
big, fat, sticky green jerk.
Hey, that's my physical appearance. That hurts really bad.
What?
Oh my god!
Yatham Peak, I don't remember that. Iron Gate, there it is. The Doom area. You are doomed.
You will not proceed.
Gandalf! No!
Hello, fellow kids. Good one, meme.
Ah, jeez.
It's 2-on-1, pal. Give it up.
GG.
I think we're lost. Oh. Look, when I hit the tree, it makes a funny noise. Oh. Can you not hit that tree? Why is everyone stabbing me in the back?
'Cause it's easy. And it does a lot of damage.
Rebozo.
Ow! Thank you for saving me. No problem. I don't have anything with me, but if you meet me in my house, I've got boss weapons. Did you say boss weapons? Boss weapons. Where do you live? Right down the road. Can't miss it. Right down the road. Right down the road. Guess we'll see you there. Yep.
Right down the road.
Down the road. Right down the road. Right down the road. Right down. Bye-bye.
What? What the fuck is in the road? Like some claw. Oh, this area. The spider nuke. Black Judge. Oh.
Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's really hot. You gotta be more careful, buddy.
You are dead. You are dead. If you get hit by this, you are dead. You are a goner. Dragon Castle already in game. Let's go. Right up, Amana.
You don't suppose that's just a regular frog? Oh!
Man, this area, Shrine of Armana, is the most cancerous level design, especially this area. You will have to cross this. Jesus Christ. It's
You don't
worse than
suppose
Iron
that's
Keep.
just a regular frog? Oh!
This boss is a unique design.
Gotta get out of here.
Kinda cool. Area Aldia's Keep.
I like seeing giant.
I think this is your Castlevania castle. Not Castlevania, like the Resident Evil.
Before it turned into giant bones. You phrased that really weird, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that didn't happen when I played it. Maybe I missed a quest. I don't remember that either.
There's a giant hole here. Whoa! No! Oh! What is this yellow goo? Oh! Ah, it smells so bad. Oh, come on!
GG.
Please tell me this is the end. Oh, I did not like that place. Everything hurts.
Oh yeah, the door opening. Come on, open the door.
This is what we've been waiting for. Praise the sun! Oh, this must be where that giant bird lives. Let's check it out.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't know where the fuck that giant bird lives at all.
Bird, it's actually a dragon. What do we do? Maybe we can sneak around it. Nope, that doesn't work.
Yeah, this guy is not that hard. I just first tried his ass. Marking out about how there is a shit run back if you die to that thing. And then I first shot at that boss.
I think we should get out of here. Yes, please, I don't want to fight any more dragons. Let's go. Do you think he's gonna follow us? Just calmly walk away.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, there we go. I think that's a Prime Tower? What is that? Throne of the Wand. Oh. That's the ending boss, final boss.
Brave undead, you have proven yourself to me. Now, be one with the
Lightning!
Oh.
Wait.
Lightning OP!
That wasn't too bad.
Let's go!
Our souls are free! Why are you being so dramatic? I don't know, it just felt like that took a really long time. Yeah, I guess so.
Oh god, it was grueling.
What do we do now?
Never play this game ever again. Oh, hell no. Hell no. God no. I do not want to play this game. I will play any other Souls like it, but not this one. It is just fucking awful. You know? Like, I do not want to go through this again. Come on. Okay, I want to see its lore. Can I watch the lore? I want to know its story. Because I sure as hell no idea what the hell happened inside the game. Which one we can watch?
This video will make more sense if you've watched part 1 of this series, where I explain the ending, because now that we know what it means to sit upon the throne, we can explore the stories of those. When you finish the game, you have a lot of questions. Who are the giants? What did King Vendrick steal from them? Why does Nishandra...
Yeah, what the fuck he did? Why do we have to go to this misery? Tell me why. Alright, give me a second. Alrighty, let's go.
need you to open the door to the throne? Why does the Emerald Herald want you to ascend the Throne of Want? Why doesn't Vendrick sit upon the Throne of Want? What is the Throne of Want? Now, all of this is really overwhelming, I know, but by the end of this video, you should at least understand my interpretation of events, and this can serve as a really good framework to build your own theories from. So, I'm going to start at the end and work my way backwards. Now, this might sound strange, but there is a reason for it, because most characters in Dark Souls 2 are driven by a desire, a want. For example, to understand Vendrick's hollowed state and location, you have to understand what he desired above all else, and how it led him there. To understand Nishandra's desire for the throne, we have to understand why it was so important to her, and to understand why the Emerald Herald drives you to become king, we need to know why she needs a new monarch. Do you understand? The reason we have these questions is because these character wants are hidden from us until the very end. That's why you got to the end of the game and you still had questions. Even the cursed undead you play as in-game is told that they will do these things without really knowing why. And you as a player are no different. The Firekeeper says it.
But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
The Maiden says it.
If you are to be the next monarch, then one day you will walk those grounds without really knowing why.
Grave Warden Agdane says it.
How queer you humans. how you go on, never separating truth from fiction.
Do you see? As the ancient dragon says, the curse of life is the curse of want, and you peer into the fog in hope of answers. This game, more than any other Souls game, is about a search for answers. So this is great for channels like mine that interpret the lore, but it's likely really bad for the average player who has no idea what's going on. And I'd assume this focus on answers is why so many item descriptions have questions within them, because they want to make you question the.
I think we are mostly going for our personal gain because we are kind of getting hollowed, right? So if you be hollow for a longer time or something, you will go insane. So we are basically looking for a fix.
World you find
Ended up
yourself
dying
in.
anyway, I think.
And so we start with the Throne of Want. What is it? Well, first off, the throne room itself is a kiln. And to understand why it being a kiln is significant, you have to understand the principles of this world, and it just so happens that they're the same principles we found in Lordran in Dark Souls 1. In the Dark Souls 1 opening cinematic, we see the shambling forms of hollows. They're called that, presumably because they're empty vessels, hollow. Then the first flame appeared, containing powerful souls. One hollow found the Dark Soul and used it to give birth to humanity. Another 3 found their powerful souls within the first flame, and one of these lords became Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight. His soul was power, and he ushered in an age of light and fire. In time, though, this age began to dwindle. The brighter the flame, the shorter its life, and so the world began to darken. Everything fell apart around Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight. His city became abandoned, his trusted friends betrayed him. Demons were spawned when one of his fellow lords tried to relight the first flame, and humanity began to be afflicted by the curse of the undead. Undead are kept sane through their strength of purpose, and one undead took on an impossible purpose. He journeyed through the crumbling world and consumed thousands of powerful souls in the process, eventually gathering the strength to overthrow the fading Lord Gwyn. In the kiln of the first flame, where Lord Gwyn once linked the flame to his own soul, an undead with a powerful soul did the same. He links the flame to his soul like Gwyn did, and the flame consumes him, starting a new age of fire. Before Dark Souls 2, we didn't know what effect this would have. We assumed linking the fire would bring light back to the world, and we were right. We also knew that linking the fire is a temporary solution, as everything fades in time. But what we didn't know is that this process is destined to play out over and over again. It's a cycle. The dull ember, an item we come across in our journey, gives us a clue about the cycle of light and dark. An ember radiating a dull light. This flame seems nearly exhausted, but it exhibits an eerie resilience. Perhaps this is its ordinary state. I think this quote reflects the concept of light and dark in the game. I think it means that the center point of light and dark is around a struggling, spluttering flame. Gwyn linked the fire with his soul. This prolonged his age of light. Eventually it faded to its natural state, where there were only cinders. At this point, an undead comes along with another immense soul. He can either choose to link the flame and bolster the age of fire, or let it splutter and die and lead an age of dark. In Dark Souls 1, this is your choice. Whether you choose light or dark, it's possible that it doesn't even matter, because if you choose light, your age of light will eventually fade to cinders, and if you choose dark, you might smother the flame, but an ember will always remain in the ashes, waiting to be blown back into life. In Dark Souls 2, there's an item called Sublime Bone Dust. Its description says that it is the remains of a saint who cast himself into the bonfire. But we will never know for sure, for soot and ashes tell no story. This isn't just any old dust.
Damn, that's so cool. That's from the part 1. That is you, literally.
It allows you to bolster the power of your Estus Flask, which heals the undead. It's also found numerous times throughout the game, in numerous locations, so it's implied that these are the remains of the chosen undead before you, the chosen undead who linked the fire before burning to dust themselves.
Many kingdoms rose and fell on this tract of earth.
Rest in peace, my guy.
By no means the first. Anything that has a beginning also has an end. No flame, however brilliant, does not one day splutter and fade. But then, from the ashes, the flame reignites, and a new kingdom is born, sporting a new face.
This tells us that the cycle has repeated itself numerous times. Many have sacrificed themselves to renew the cycle of light, and their ashes are found throughout the land. One after the other, without fail, a chosen undead resigns himself to the kiln to link his soul with the first flame. So it's my theory that the undead curse crops up once the flame begins to fade, so that eventually a fated undead will appear with the willpower to gather souls and link the flame once again. When you link the fire, you're also removing the undead curse from the world for a short time. But only for a short time, for when the world darkens, the curse appears again.
The curse is a part of life itself. No one will ever be rid of it. And so there is only one choice: to await a worthy monarch. A monarch who can shoulder your burden, lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
You are the bearer of the curse, but this means more than you'd think. You don't just bear the curse of the undead where you die over and over, but by linking the fire, you also bear the burden of this cursed world. You are the worthy monarch who sacrifices himself so that humans can die instead of going hollow. Why do humans go hollow? Well, do you remember the hollows from the Dark Souls 1 opening cinematic? That seems to be their natural state. Some of these hollows found humanity in the first flame and became human. Reverting to your hollow state doesn't seem that unnatural when you consider that, does it? So as I said earlier, remember the throne room you enter at the end of the game? Look at the design, it's a kiln. Just like the kiln in the first game, it exists to house the first flame. A kiln used to change the form of something with heat. The throne and the room itself is covered in ash, and as you enter, the Emerald Herald tells you that you can link the fire.
Wait, so at the end we just became roasted turkey in the game? God damn.
Should you choose to do so.
So basically you are telling me all that suffering I went through finishing the game just to, at the end for me to die completely. Okay.
The giant's
That sounds really good.
Each king has his rightful throne, and when he sits
at the end there is a massive middle finger, so yeah. Yeah, all that thing you just did for, yeah, you're not, it's not gonna help you anyway, you're gonna die
he
anyway.
sees what he chooses to see. Or perhaps it is the throne which shows the king only what he wants.
How come everybody I see uses this scuffed thrust sword and then stab people? Me, myself included. I used this because I seen this was a busted sword. And then almost every video I'm seeing just shows
So
this
this is the
stab
effects
sword.
of the ending. For now,
Why?
simply know that it represents another cycle
Look at
taking
that.
place.
He is also
You are
using
sitting
the stab
upon a
sword.
throne, and the throne is but a symbol of power and choice. The power and choice that lighting the first flame gives to you, as you can decide how to reshape your world. The Emerald Herald says that once the fire is linked, the souls you've inherited will flourish anew, and inherit new bodies, and all of the events that just occurred will play out again. The Age of Fire will be bolstered, and the undead curse may disappear, but in time the fire will fade, and eventually a new undead will come along, bound by fate. She then says it's your choice to embrace or renounce this. And like in Dark Souls 1, you have that choice to embrace light, or to reject it and let darkness come. The only difference
I have a question. Does Dark Souls 3 continues from this? Because you once again go and rekindle the flame in Dark Souls 3, I think.
between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 1 that I can see, Dark Souls 1, you have that choice to embrace light, or to reject it and let darkness come. The only difference between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 1 that I can see is that in Dark Souls 2, we aren't able to make the in-game choice of linking the flame or walking away from it. And when you think about it, why would we need to make that choice in-game? Because now we know, regardless of what we choose, you, as a player, know the cycle will start over again.
Great Sovereign, take your throne. What lies ahead, only you can see.
Yeah, we are just getting barbecued there. GG.
Now that you know what the Throne of Want represents, you can really understand the stories of those who would sit upon it.
So, I guess the Vendrick didn't want to do that, so that's why he turned hollow.
So click here to view part 2, which is about Vendrick, Nishandra, the Herald, and the world your
Yeah,
player
I think that's
character
what
goes
happened.
through as you play the game. I really hope that you enjoyed this video, but in my opinion, the best stories are in part 2. I'll see you there.
Yeah, I will see you there too. Because that's what he kind of said, I am a coward and a clown. I don't know what the fuck he did to the giants. I want to see that. Death Reaper. I think they kind of made a worse version of this chick in Dark Souls 3. Oh, you think this chick is so easy? Oh, get fucked in Dark Souls 3 or 1? I don't remember. There is a chick with a scythe and she's like a half dragon. I think that's Dark Souls 1. I don't know. I don't remember. I forgot. I'm just confusing everything.
This video will make more sense if you've watched part 1 of this series where I explain the ending, because now that we know what it means to sit upon the throne, we can explore the stories of those who would sit upon it. And it turns out, the original king of Drangleic, Vendrick, was supposed to link the flame and sit the throne, but he never did.
Yeah.
And when you acquire his soul, it is a soul of he who would link the flame. Queen Nishandra also makes reference to this when you visit her in the throne room.
The last king of this land, King Vendrick, as he was called. He was less of a king than you might imagine. He found the strength to rule his people, and when the undead were born, cursed, he found more strength to face them. But in the end, he never took the true throne. A true monarch is much more than a ruler of men. A true monarch carries the weight of their souls.
If a true monarch must carry a huge weight of souls and incinerate...
So, flatlayer people, you have to sacrifice yourself. But he failed to do that, so that he became one of them too, as well.
himself in the kiln to link the fire, then perhaps Vendrick wanted none of it. So now we go back before there was a king, a queen, and back before Vendrick's kingdom of Drangleic was even founded. Many kingdoms have risen and fallen on the spot that is now called Drangleic. The kingdoms take different shapes, but the framework is always the same. There's always a king, there is always the undead curse, and there are always 4 powerful souls. Back in Dark Souls 1, there were 4 Great Ones. It's likely these were the first 4 Great Ones, as they found their souls within the first flame.
Many kingdoms...
4 Great Ones, as they found...
Wait. This one is cancer, this one is a fucking gimmick fight, this one... These 4 main bosses are kind of lame, to be honest.
Many kingdoms.
Okay, that's fair. I think in sense of boss epicness, I think Elden Ring kind of beats this game. But level design, this game is better.
Have risen and...
Because we got fucking Radon. Who else is there? Godfrey, and then some other people, right? Godfrey is kind of pathetic, but he is supposed to be pathetic in Elden Ring. His lore is just grafting, right? And then there is 2 other champions.
Fallen on this very spot, each like a great flame that turns to soot.
King Vendrick founded Drangleic.
He vanquished the 4 Great Ones and built this kingdom upon their souls.
Vendrick crushed the kingdom and the 4 Great Ones who existed before him. He then instigated a powerful kingdom named Drangleic, which came about due to those who fought for him. The ring bearing the soldier's seal was granted to warriors who distinguished themselves in the service of King Vendrick. He also commanded the Dragon Riders, elite knights straddling dragons, who helped him crush the kingdom's former inhabitants. Drangleic was built upon the graves of those they defeated, and his kingdom prospered. But Vendrick wasn't just interested in gaining the throne, he also sought to maintain it. And then there was a queen.
The king had a dear queen, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Long ago, the queen came to us, alone, from a faraway land. She warned our lord of the looming threat across the seas, of the giants. The king crossed the ocean and defeated the giants with the queen at his side. The king commandeered their power and created the golems.
With the golems, the king created this castle to celebrate victory and to show his love, his gratitude to his queen.
The queen brought peace to this land and to her king.
A peace so deep, it was like
the dark.
Is this some sort of a dream?
Where am I? What has happened to our castle?
Long ago, the king crossed the seas, pillaged the land of giants, and brought back a prize.
What is the prize?
It was then that the golems materialized.
Whatever Vendrick stole, it appears to have come with the ability to create automatons in the form of golems. Golems are inanimate beings that carry out a set purpose like opening a door or building a bridge. This purpose is powered by souls, so it seems as if the thing Vendrick stole from the giants allowed him to infuse things with souls. Key to many advancements was the king's elder brother Aldia. Aldia helped found Drangleic, and he was known for his experiments. The mysterious Lord Aldia secluded himself inside a manor to conduct various experiments. Those who visited the manor disappeared, replaced over time with malformed beasts that roamed its halls. His discarded experiments are seen throughout the entire land of Drangleic, and I believe that when the kingdom encountered trouble, Vendrick turned to his brother for an experiment that might just solve his problem. After conquering the giants, Drangleic knew peace for a time. This peace was destined to be short-lived, for the undead curse had begun to appear in Drangleic. Vendrick was trying to find ways to fight the curse. Many of his actions and the structures and creations within the land seem bent towards this end. Like the rulers of Lordran before him, Vendrick was frightened by the curse, and unlike the lords in Lordran, Vendrick was human and susceptible to the curse, just like his subjects were. The origins of the curse is becoming known to us. The common trend between the two games is that the curse appears when the flame is fading. But Vendrick doesn't know this. Like the lords in Lordran before him, Vendrick assumed that the curse was almost like an infection, and he condemns the undead, imprisoning and exiling them. The Huntsman's Copse is evidence of this mindset. Undead hunts took place here before Vendrick's time, and these were led by the Old Iron King. Undead were corralled and locked away, but this solved nothing. Also, the Skeleton Lords were once charged with the capture of all undead, but even they were overcome by the curse. And lastly, the Executioner's Chariot was created only to torment undead, running endlessly in a loop and running the undead down over and over. And regardless of all this not working, when King Vendrick became ruler of Drangleic, he took similar measures to the rulers before him. Long ago, the dungeons overflowed with the accursed, and the king commanded a contorted sentry to deliver those with no cells to a faraway land, to make certain that they were never heard from again. We all fought the Flexile sentry, who waits in a boat outside No Man's Wharf. When the bell is rung, it signals that a new shipment has arrived, and the Flexile sentry comes in to take them away. The king also hired Shadowmen to put down the Hollows, but before long, they were hollowed themselves. And we see the Pursuer, which is a being without much backstory, other than his purpose to hunt down bearers of the curse and cut them down. During all this, Vendrick's time was running out.
I don't think Pursuer is a real person. He looks like some kind of a golem that made by Vendrick himself. That's what I think.
A powerful soul is like a curse, and Vendrick, king of Drangleic, used a powerful soul to keep the curse at bay. Soldan tells us that the curse is traceable to the soul. If the soul is the essence of life itself, then the real curse must be to walk this very earth. Vendrick is commonly touted as one who peered straight into the essence of the soul, presumably in an attempt to understand this curse. Vendrick and his brother Aldia began trying to discover the secrets of life itself. The malformed claws tell us this, saying that Aldia viewed the undead as key to this mystery. At some point, I think it's likely that they stumbled upon something that we know, but they didn't. That the curse of the undead seems to be tied to the fading flame. That previous kingdoms saw the undead curse appear when the first flame faded, or that a cycle was taking place where kingdoms were rising into an age of fire and falling into an age of dark. That there was almost some sort of fate involved. From item descriptions and from Aldia's creations, we can see that Vendrick and Aldia were trying to find a way to cheat fate. It looks like they were trying to find a way to preserve their kingdom so that fate would not recycle their kingdom just like all the others. But how do you cheat fate? The seed of a tree of giants tells us that death is not the end, for anything that has ever once lived remains a part of a great cycle of regeneration. But what of those outside the cycle?
Dragons?
The only things outside the cycle of death and rebirth are those that never lived at all, the ancient dragons. Aldia kept giants in his manor and attempted to recreate a dragon, but after some time, he was not heard from again. We find the ancient dragon at the peak of the Dragon Eyrie. It's a really peculiar being, as it drops a giant soul upon death, along with dragon bones. It's almost as if Aldia used a giant soul to construct such a being. We know that after Vendrick invaded the giants, he came back with the ability to construct golems. He could also infuse souls into inanimate objects. What if Aldia tried to reanimate an ancient dragon in the same manner? The powerful soul would give life to the inanimate bones, just like regular souls give life to the golems.
You'll find a great creature far to the east. A colossal thing with the strength to match its size. Or something playing the part at least.
Brave undead, what did that dragon tell you? That thing is a prop, a false deity. Don't be fooled, my undead.
It's possible, considering all this, that Aldia thought that by reviving the ancient dragon, he could revive a being that was outside the shackles of fate. The ancient dragons of Dark Souls once were outside the cycle of fire and dark, living in a lifeless age of grey. He went further than this though, when you consider the dialogue of Shanalot, the Emerald Herald.
My name is Shanalot. The dragon gave me this name, for I was born with none. I was born of dragons. Contrived by men.
Born of dragons, contrived by men. It looks as if Aldia attempted to birth another Firekeeper, a melding of human and dragon in the form of Shanalot, the Emerald Herald, one who could break the shackles of fate itself and maintain the fires indefinitely.
They say that she is the last Firekeeper, but they say a lot of things.
But they failed. I did not come out as intended. Fate could not be bested, and men were cursed once again.
Oh, she couldn't
At some
keep
point
the fire
during
on.
all this, the giants must have rallied and invaded Drangleic with a vengeance. This battle spans multiple generations, bringing Drangleic to ruin.
My father and his father both fought the giants on this very land. Soon, the giants will descend upon this fort.
So, from my understanding, what happened was, due to the curse, the king traveled to the city of giants while listening to the wife to find a cure for this undead problem. But it only pissed the giants off so much, so they just came back for revenge, and then there is a 300 war.
His revenge
Year
for
war.
the kingdom's misguided barbarism.
And then his Drangleic kingdom got into the ruin.
My blade may break, my arrows fall
Yeah.
wide, but my will shall never be broken.
In the midst of this invasion, I think that King Vendrick had a chilling realization. Vendrick's attempt to create the Emerald Herald tells us that he understands a cycle is taking place, a cycle where kingdoms are born into an age of light and eventually descend into darkness. When the darkness comes, undead appear. So when he considers this, everything must have become clear. When someone like Vendrick considered where the darkness must have come from in his kingdom, he would have realized that it came to him long ago. This queen made him invade the giants. This queen got his kingdom into the state it was in, and this queen came before a darkening kingdom. When he considers this, everything makes sense. His wife, the queen, is a pretender and a manipulator. Slowly, she has grown closer to the throne of want, and closer to the first flame.
We have no need for two rulers.
Nashandra's want is the first flame, as it's called by the Emerald Herald, the Great Soul. And as we mentioned before, this is either within the structure at the end of the game, or embodied by it. And so now we come to understand the want of Nashandra. She wants access to the First Flame and the Great Soul, which is an access only a king of Drangleic can give.
If you proceed, Nashandra will come after you, knowing that you will take the throne and link the fire. She covets the First Flame and the Great Soul. Put Nashandra to rest. And then...
So
But
the Queen
Vendrick's
is the
want
bad
is to
guy?
deny fate. We see this in his actions, in the creation of the ancient dragon, and in the birth of his Emerald Herald. We saw it as he hunted the undead, and we see it within the experiments of Aldia's Keep. And finally, we see it in his soul, the soul of he who would link the fire. King Vendrick refused to open the door to the throne, and he refused to link the First Flame with his own soul. This is the First Flame that Nashandra wants so badly.
The flame. The flame. Souls. More souls.
Nashandra is characterized by her lust for power. Every fragment of her being is bent towards this end. Her origins are shrouded in mystery to the main characters of Drangleic, but we learn of her origins once we obtain her soul. I don't know if you've read it, but her soul states, Nashandra was born of the dark with an insatiable lust for strength. The Bow of Want, formed from her soul, tells us that when the Old One of the Abyss was destroyed, his soul split into minuscule fragments, and these were spread across the land. The Old One is Manus from Dark Souls 1. This is confirmed by the official guide. Manus was responsible for the spread of the Abyss in Dark Souls 1, an ancient being characterized by his lust for his lost pendant. So similarly, Nashandra is driven by her lust for power. The Bow of Want description tells us of how the smallest of these pieces of Manus, sensing its own fragility, yearned for what it lacked. Precisely due to its size, the smallest piece of Manus was the first to restore its form. A form that looks remarkably like Princess Dusk, who Manus stole from Ulasil, but that's a topic for another day. We can't be sure how Vendrick realizes this, but when he recognizes Nashandra's true nature, he must give up on cheating fate. He accepts that the curse will take over his flesh and his mind, but his final act is to deny his queen.
Damn.
King Vendrick prepares...
Fuck you at the end. You ruined my kingdom. Fuck you. That's what you get. I will literally turn into a zombie, but I won't let you have what you
all
wanted.
the pieces of the puzzle
Wow.
and makes his move. Whatever
I thought he was a loser, but seems like he did a pro gamer
the
move.
cost to him,
I'm gonna pull the plug on the controller completely.
his queen will not ascend the throne. And so,
Yeah.
let's work backwards from the throne, and let's finally see how Vendrick set up the barriers to Nashandra's rule. The
Get
giant's
fucked.
kinship grants access to the throne beneath the castle. Why we need to be of giant blood to ascend the throne is a topic we'll hopefully understand soon, but note that the throne has a human-sized seat carved into a much larger throne. We find the giant's kinship within the memory of Jay, a giant who fell in the final battle with Drangleic, where the Giant Lord was present. The Giant Lord was eventually defeated by an unnamed hero, and we take their place inside the memory in order to obtain the giant's kinship. The memories of the giants can only be accessed once you have obtained the Ashen Mist Heart, which requires the blessing of the ancient dragon hidden deep within the dragon shrine. Such a thing cannot be taken by force. Mist is associated with time travel and space, and it's also associated with the ancient dragons. So it makes a degree of sense then that the false ancient dragon should have the ability to give you something like this. Something to access the memory of giants, something to get the giant's kinship, and something to let you access the throne. The doors to all of these things only open when one wears the king's ring. The king resided in Drangleic Castle with his queen, but eventually retreated deeper within it with his ring. I imagine Vendrick traveling with his trusted protector Velstart deeper into Drangleic Castle. He assigns the Looking Glass Knight to overlook the entrance to Armana. Fearing something wicked, the king fled the castle and never returned, but his warrior, forever true to his command, stands ready to expunge those who would challenge him. So the king traveled to his Shrine of Amana, which exists below Drangleic Castle. Its purpose, I believe, is to repel Nashandra. Within it are the Milfinito, who sing to bring comfort to those bound by death and dark.
When we sing, the little ones dance. The little ones grant comfort to those who bear death and dark.
The little ones are the fireflies. While the Milfinitos sing, the fireflies gather around those bound by death and dark, rendering them passive, docile, and inert.
Oh.
If we stop them singing, then the creatures of death and dark become aggressive and revert to their natural selves. Nashandra's very being is death and dark, and she would be bound by this calming force if she attempted to travel through here. Within Drangleic Castle, we also see a captured Milfinito, which presumably was taken by the Queen as she attempted to penetrate the shrine after Vendrick went through it. So at one point when Vendrick is traveling through the shrine, he splits himself apart from his soul and places it behind a door only openable by a human. Maybe one day the chosen undead will pass through here, unable to be broken down by the undead curse. Hence, they will be human and able to open this door and obtain the king's soul. And maybe then they'll understand. From here, after splitting his soul, I imagine that Vendrick is carried by his trusted hand Velstad, who carries his husk of a body to rest in the undead crypt. Velstad, known as the Royal Aegis, gave himself to the king both in life and death. Vendrick's armor is placed in a neat pile, with the king's ring ready to be taken by a worthy undead. Perhaps his gear is put aside by Velstad in the hopes that the chosen undead will take the ring and what he needs, but not harm the king he has been charged with protecting. The king is a soulless husk, and there is nothing to be gained from killing him. One day, this undead may link the fire. Vendrick knows that he will one day be
This guy planned everything?
thrown by an
Jesus
undead worthy to link
Christ.
the flame, for it is written in fate. But he makes sure that Nashandra
That
will
is
not
such a
be
good story. This game has a good lore. Like, they should have put... You have a good story writing, dude. You should have just give it a more coherent story,
the
you
one to
know,
open
for the
it,
game.
as the barriers to her presence are great.
I don't have to
The
watch a
king's
video.
ultra-greatsword depicts
Can't you
the
just write this down and voice actor the story? This sounds so cool.
queen. Only the king knows whether the depiction of the queen is an affectionate exaltation or a resentful mockery. I believe it's the latter, a mockery of the queen as Vendrick succeeded in delaying her access to the throne, and resentful because he must abandon his kingdom to keep it safe. Nashandra waits. During all this, she guides the undead, knowing she can't hope to ascend the throne without you. If you go back to her at different points in the game, she'll tell you about the dragon in the shrine and the king in the crypt. She encourages you to descend upon the throne of want, and waits until you take out the throne watcher and the throne defender before finally presenting herself.
Oh.
Brave undead, you have proven yourself to me.
Oh, there is a reason why she is weak too. Because she is the weakest part of this abyss monster, right? It all makes sense. What the fuck?
Be one with the dark.
So that's why she
Nashandra,
just
born
uses
of
curse
Mass,
to
has
rely
one
on
final
her.
chance to take out the chosen undead and ascend the throne. But the undead is strong, strong enough to overthrow the Sinner, the Rotten, the Old Iron King, and the Duke's dear Freya. Strong enough to conquer the giant memories and uncover Vendrick in his crypt. So just like in Dark Souls 1, we're strong enough at the end because of the barriers in our way, many of which were put there by King Vendrick. And because of Vendrick, we easily conquer Nashandra as she tries to stop you from ascending the throne. Hope you enjoyed these two videos, guys. These two took a
That
long
is so
time
cool.
to research and make, and even then, I'm
Yeah, that
nowhere
is
near
such a good
answering all the
story. They should make an
questions
anime
in
or
this
something
game.
out of this.
There's so much left to uncover, so many things that I left out of this video, just for simplicity's sake. I have a bunch of these questions listed in the description, and I'll probably make a video talking about them at some point. But if you wanted to try and answer some of them with your own theories in the comments down below that like button, then
Alright. Let's see the endings. I want to see the ending. Like, I know one of them.
As flame rises, so does it fade. Such is the way of things.
Light and dark, neither can fade while the other survives. This is the law of the Dark Souls universe, and all the characters within are bound by its principles. But it
Yeah,
was
he
not
has so many videos about this. Hmm. I think we only got one video. What's that boss's name? Audios fight?
Many monarchs have come and gone. One drowned in poison, another succumbed to flame. Still another slumbers in the realm of earth. Not one of them stood here. As you do now. You, conqueror of adversities. Give us your answer.
Answer of what? Is he gonna heal? Okay, now it's dead. What now?
The throne will certainly receive you.
Hey, he's still alive even though you kill his ass?
I lost everything, but remain here patiently.
Okay.
The throne will certainly receive you. But the question remains. What do you want? Tell me. Light, dark, or something else entirely?
Wait, this is something new. I don't remember this at all. He just walks off the throne. But we became his hollow though, that's the problem.
There is no path. Beyond the schemes I beyond reaches are.
That's it? You just walk off? GG, man.
It's
Yeah, I still think a PS3. What will console play Dark Souls 1 played on? Oh, 2014. Okay. Yeah, that game is literally 10 years old. So Dark Souls. So Dark Souls also came in PS3. Yeah, I think for a game that came to the same console, it does play worse. That's true. Like, I want to see the difference between Scholar of the Silver Sin and then.
じゃあよろしくお願いします。
So thanks for having us. We'll walk right into it.
それではダーク2の、説明を、始めさせていただきます。
We'll take a little bit of time to introduce Dark Souls 2 to you.
まずダークソウル2で最初に目指したのは、グラフィッククオリティの向上です。
So one of the first things we immediately tried to improve in terms of Dark Souls 2 was the graphic quality of the game.
このタイトルで最も重要な要素の一つとして、没入感というものがありまして、その没入感を前作以上に高めるために今回グラフィックの、向上というのをまず第一の目標にして開発を進めています。
So one thing we really focused on, obviously for Dark Souls 1 and more so in Dark Souls 2, is how much you can get deep into the game emotionally and physically.
健在です。
This is something new we're trying to show you.
後ろに
Yeah, there is there is a loading screen in Dark Souls 2, but you can technically not go through that. That's why the lifts are fucking 10 miles longer, because in that time you can load the next area. It's a very clever way to do that, you know.
So in my last, it was a pretty cool thing they added, I thought. The reason I thought this was a neat addition was because you see these knights fighting these giants in the memories. So it makes me think that these knights are replaying memories in their head. So overall, which one do I think is a better version of Forest of the Fallen Giants? I'm gonna have to give this one a Sinner, but only slightly. And when I mean
Perhaps you've seen it, maybe in a dream, a murky, forgotten video game, a place. I was told that vanilla Dark Souls 2 is worse in certain areas like Drangleic Castle, and I was lied to. Every level of vanilla Dark Souls 2 is better than Scholar of the First Sin, and I'm here to prove it. And yes, I enjoy vanilla Shrine of Amana melee only with no summons. I'm gonna get cancelled for saying that.
Oh my god, this area of melee is a nightmare, dude. This is the area I'm talking about.
If you
Fucking
watch my
eats.
video, another hate-filled critique about Dark Souls 2, then you are familiar with the fact that
Is there a way to find out? I want to see the difference between the base game and the Scholar of the First Sin. Is there a good video that does describe that? Comparison, there we go.
Welcome to the first part of my comparison between the original version of Dark Souls 2 and its 2015 re-release, Scholar of the First Sin. I've only played Scholar up until now, but I've heard people online debate about which version is better, and I was curious to see how different Vanilla actually was.
I think if the Dark
As I
Souls
play through Vanilla,
2 base
I will also
game doesn't
replay
have the
each
game
segment
score,
in Scholar
I think
to
it's
see
way
what
better.
changes were made. This
Yeah.
series is a way for me to share my findings from this playthrough. The aim of this series is to present the facts and let you form your own opinion on which of the two is better. If
Okay,
I missed
let's
any
see.
notable differences, please tell me in the comments. On starting the game, we can already see a minor difference. Vanilla has a prompt telling you about autosaves every time you launch the game. This prompt is absent in Scholar.
Yeah, who cares?
Says. The next difference is Vanilla a bit brighter in Scholar than it is in Vanilla. In general, Scholar makes bright areas more viable.
I think Vanilla looks better in terms of lighting. Color looks like shit.
The next change is seen a little later. One of the fog gates in Things Betwixt is blocked by a petrified undead in Scholar. This is
Yeah,
because
why?
the area past that fog gate now contains an Estus flask shard guarded by some basilisks.
Ah. So they changed it a little bit. Okay, fair enough.
The Forest of Fallen Giants is where we start to see a lot more changes. This area has more hollows attacking you at once in Vanilla, but there is an ogre added in Scholar. It isn't really a threat because it doesn't attack you unless you get very close to it. Rather, it's a way for more experienced players to get some souls fast in the early game. Vanilla has its own equivalent of this, which we will see shortly. There is also a corpse with a life gem in Vanilla that has been moved to another part of the forest in Scholar. Keep watching to find out where it went. Here in Vanilla, you fight 3 hollows, 1 sleeping hollow, and optionally, a hide knight, while having arrows shot at you. This hide knight is that Vanilla ogre equivalent I mentioned earlier. In Scholar, you instead fight 11 sleeping hollows while a soldier throws firebombs at you. Vanilla has fewer enemies
You
here,
only
but you have
fight one. Look at this. They just made it annoying. Look at the difference here. 3 hollows and 1 sleeping hollow, right? And then the Scholar has 11.
to fight multiple at once.
Are you
While in
serious?
Scholar, you can fight the enemies one at a time, so one isn't really harder than the other.
Oh, that's just piece of shit. Oh! The sleeping knight is not even a problem. Like, he won't aggro you. Like, at all. That's actually better, to be honest, if you ask me. Unless you hit him, he won't attack you. Instead of a gang squad. You know? Jesus, I hate the gang squad in this game, dude. Okay, what's inside the mist? Let's go.
Hollows on the stairs, which are not present in Scholar.
That's not a big deal. Hollows are easy to deal with.
multiple hollows to this section and adds boxes to hide the soldier who has been moved.
Okay.
There it went. It's now on a corpse hanging on.
That's not that big of a change. I want to see big changes. Like, let's see a good video about this. Dark Souls, Scar ruined Dark Souls 2. I want to see this. Maybe.
Perhaps you've seen it, maybe in a dream. A murky,
Let's see.
forgotten video game. A place that looks like Dark Souls 2, if it wasn't complete shit. In this dream, every encounter you once had that felt like the game designers had a hard-on for killing the player as much as possible has now vanished.
Yeah.
In this dream, even the worst levels in the entire Dark Souls series, like Shrine of Amana and Iron Keep, are fun. If you told me 2 weeks ago that there was a fun version of Dark Souls 2 that was hidden away in a $40 DLC Steam pack, I would have told you that sounds preposterous. That was hidden away in a
Wait,
$40
really? $40 DLC pack? What? Dark Souls 2 Crown of the Old King, the package that includes Season Pass. Let me see. Let me check. I want to check this. Did they still do that? Oh my god, they did! So the Dark Souls OG is still alive, and then there is Dark Souls Scholar of the First Sin. Oh god. In the OG series, they just bait you to buy Scholar of the First Sin, man. Oh my god. You're such a bitch if you do that. What a bitch. Like, Dark Souls 2 actually has a better review. Let's see the Scholar of the First Sin. That also has a better review. That makes no sense.
DLC Steam pack, I would have told you that sounds preposterous. There is no way that FromSoft would take a good game and make a series of unnecessary changes that are all bad just to justify selling the old game again at full price, right? I trusted the average Redditor. I trusted the average 2015 forum post that told me that Scholar was the superior version because of some balancing tweaks that I don't care about. I was told that vanilla Dark Souls 2 is worse in certain areas like Drangleic Castle, and I was lied to. Every level of vanilla Dark Souls 2 is better than Scholar of the First Sin, and I'm here to prove it. And yes, I enjoy vanilla Shrine of Amana melee only with no summons. I'm gonna get cancelled for saying that.
You can summon that? I don't even know. I sold out that. I hated my life doing that
A
shit.
hate-filled critique about Dark Souls 2, then you are familiar with the fact that I hate Dark Souls 2. However,
Oh my god, this game squad is disgusting,
Scholar
dude.
of the First Sin, which is the definitive edition re-release of Dark Souls 2, and definitive is in quotations for a reason, because it's not under the false pretense that I played the definitive edition of Dark Souls 2. I made a video about why a bad game is bad, and then got a lot of backlash by Dark Souls 2 fans. And here I was just surprised that there were Dark Souls 2 fans. This is why people don't like me. But then I tasted the savory flavor of good old vanilla for the first time, and I understood what those crazy people meant when they said that they liked Dark Souls 2, because Dark Souls 2 is a good game, and Scholar ruined it. Before we really dive into the meat and potatoes of this game, I should make
Oh,
three
show me,
statements.
I wanna
will
see
refer
those.
to the original Dark Souls 2 as vanilla, and Scholar of the First Sin edition as Scholar throughout this video, so get used to it, I guess. The order in which you played the two versions of Dark Souls 2 will impact your overall opinion of the game. If you played vanilla first and then Scholar, you will look at Scholar as an optional hard mode. However, if you played Scholar first and then vanilla, you will look at vanilla as an actual good game. And my positive opinion of certain levels like Shrine of Amana may be connected to the fact that I literally have PTSD of the 1,000 enemies in Scholar's Shrine of Amana that made vanilla feel like a cakewalk by comparison.
Oh guys, you guys should go see my words about this. I will put it on YouTube sometime later. But holy shit, dude, this place, my god.
2
Makes me
has
wanna
huge
cry.
issues, and this video is by no means trying to write those off. Just another Shrine of Amana that made vanilla feel like a cakewalk by comparison. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 has huge issues, and this video is by no means trying to write those off. Just about all of the bad section from my previous critique of Scholar holds true for vanilla. The broadsword can't hit shit with the second attack in the combo, most of the base game bosses are as boring as Sister Freedy's sex life, enemy hitboxes are wonky at best and at worst terrible, and the punishment for death being losing HP until half is still stupid unless you get the Ring of Binding. Although these issues still
Yeah, even then, I Parma used to the ring of binding. Even then, this 25% of your HP still sucks.
persist, most of the ugly
I
from
do
my
not wanna
critique that
do that.
details the worst levels of Scholar is not applicable to Vanilla as the enemy placement is completely different. Vanilla has some issues, and Scholar fixed none of them while adding onto the pile of crap that I reviewed in my first critique on Dark Souls 2.
Oh,
While I
yeah.
start covering the levels of Vanilla, keep in mind that this is not a Dark Souls 2 is perfect, or Dark Souls 2 is better than Dark Souls 1 video, because neither of those things are true. However, what this video is a Dark Souls 2 is a good game video, because, well, I actually like Dark Souls 2. Shocking. Let's jam a bite-sized critique of Vanilla as my way of comparing Vanilla to Scholar. And only 0.5 minutes in, Vanilla is already better. The stupid tutorial statue is gone. Why is there a petrified statue that blocks off the final part of the tutorial where you have the option of fighting 2 ogres? I like it when there are optional hard fights in the beginning of the game that players can attempt at a lower level but probably lose to come back at a higher level and then clear the enemies. So why did they get rid of it? Now the only way to reach the end of the tutorial is to acquire a fragrant branch of yore. This decision is especially questionable when you consider that branches of yore are hard to find items that are required for moving forward through the mid
It's such a limited item and it's expensive as shit to buy it off a shop. So why would it do
in
that?
places like the Shaded Woods or the Ruined Sentinels, unless you use the Ruined Sentinel boss skip, but the most obvious path forward as dictated by the game is for the player to use the branch of yore to fight the Ruined Sentinels, so that by the time you reach the Ruined Sentinel boss, you will need a branch of yore, but you might have already spent that on the tutorial petrified statue, which you probably shouldn't have, since the only easily found branch of yore is from the Life Gem whore. That rhymed. One of the 2 early branches in the Lost Bastille is only accessible through the Ruined Sentinel boss skip, so if you miss this skip, then there's only one other early game branch in some random room in No Man's Wharf. So there are 2 branches for 3 statues. What the actual hell? Why? So branches are rare items that are always in hard to find places. Then why let the players misuse the only easy to obtain branch on the tutorial when they should probably just use it for the Ruined Sentinels? It just sounds like the Scholar developers want players to get stuck. But guess what? The Ruined Sentinel boss run statue is also taken away in Vanilla. Vanilla made me like petrified statues. The overabundance of petrified statues that block your progress for no reason other than to piss you off is one of the first of many changes Scholar does for no reason other than to fulfill
that
a
looks
quota
annoying.
of changes that piss people off so that we can resell an old game at full price again. The first level, the Forest of the Fallen Giants, is actually easy now, kind of what first levels in video games should be like. And in place of the undead army that Scholar put in the first level, we have an optional fight with like.
Oh my god, what is that? They programmed this ladder to hollow force you into 1v25 if you run past.
Army that Scholar put in the first level.
Oh my god, look at this, man.
We have an optional fight with the king of SJWs himself, the White Knight. The Hide Knights are also the Black Knights of Dark Souls 2, which are optional hard enemies that will kick a new player's ass and even give a returning player a run for their money. And for some reason in Scholar, they put every Hide Knight in one level in the beginning of the game. Think of Dark Souls 1, but all the Black Knights are walking around one room in Anor Londo for some reason. That feeling of accomplishment you get when you finally beat your first Black Knight is gone in an instant. Thanks, Scholar. The Hide Knights did nothing to improve Hyde's Tower of Flame.
And then they're janky. They're janky as shit. That guy in the vanilla, look at this. He uses a spear and it's super well telegraphed.
And even give a returning player a run for
Look
their
at that.
money. And for some reason,
see that? Well telegraphed will attack, right? And then look at this piece of
in the
shit.
beginning of
Watch that guy.
The
The guy
Think
comes
of
with the
Dark
sword.
Souls
Watch
1,
what he
but all the
does.
Black Knights are walking around one room in Anor Londo for some reason. That feeling of accomplishment you get when you finally beat your first Black
Let me
Knight
show you when
is
it comes
gone
out.
in an instant. Thanks, Scholar. The Hyde Knights did nothing to improve Hyde's tower.
Look at that. Look at that. That
Is
attack
gone in an
is
instant.
dog shit.
Thanks, Scholar. The Hyde Knights did nothing to improve Hyde's Tower of Flame other than to
That's an attack, man. That's
piss you off
stupid
and the
as
optional
hell.
boss is dead, and all of the White Knights just activate, which is plain annoying and obnoxious. Now if you want to fight Ornstein after beating the Fat Man, there's just a bunch
You are fucked. You are fucked. That's what it
of
is.
White Knights that'll chase you down faster than anyone who's ever insulted Pokimane. Now that I think about it, just about all of those horrifying PTSD memories of getting jumped around every corner of every level is gone in vanilla. In my previous video, I said that there were so many ganks in No Man's Wharf that it felt like enemies were spawning off screen. Looking back at the gameplay,
that's
some
what
of the
it felt
ganks
like.
could have been prevented if I was more observant, but I still don't understand why the amount of ganks that have to occur in the level has to be so damn high. No Man's Wharf has a gank squad hidden around every corner of Scholar, and in addition to this, when you trigger one of the enemies, the entire group will just come stomping in to make sure the game always feels like there are respawning enemies off screen. The enemy AI in vanilla is more akin to Dark Souls 1, so it's easier to aggro a couple of enemies, take them out, and then aggro a few more. In every level of Scholar, there are always some gank squads that will wait in a very hard to find area, and then when the enemies in front aggro, a timer is set, and then eventually the gank squad wakes up and kills you. Every time this happens, I'm not left thinking, wow, what a great game. I'm just learning that there is no reason to go through these levels slowly since there's a cheap death around every corner, and then the player only gets better at running past enemies rather than actually fighting them. And much to my surprise, they're gone. The level is normal. In fact, all of the levels are normal. In vanilla, Iron Keep is just 3 sets of 2 enemy knights followed up by a few more enemies in the bigger room before Smelter Demon. There's a few hidden archers here or there, but it's nothing like Scholar's version of Iron Keep. If we take a look at the big room before Smelter Demon in Scholar, all the enemies with seemingly infinite aggro storm the player as one little hidden guy hits it from behind. And this formidable militia of tin men and archers are missing half of their numbers in vanilla. The reason why the number of enemies in an encounter is important in a game like Dark Souls is because
Oh man, I should fuck you for telling me to play fucking Scholar, man. I hated that game. Like it seems like it, from what I'm seeing, vanilla looks way better in every aspect. Even though it has jankiness, but the annoying mod I had with this game is the gang squad.
after a certain point increases the
It's so annoying and obnoxious.
Just look at this very scientific graph I made as proof. 1v10ing the difficulty exponentially. Just look at this very scientific graph I made as proof. 1v10ing the enemies in Iron Keep isn't twice as hard as 1v5ing the enemies. It's more like 3 times as hard, and it also takes 3 times as long to kite the enemies to find an opening. Difficulty and the amount of time spent on the encounter increases exponentially as more enemies are introduced into the encounter. And Scholar shoves so many enemies into every level that fighting all the enemies just appears to be a waste of time when it was reasonable in vanilla. Playing through vanilla, I genuinely feel like a PTSD victim. Every time I walk into a room like the one shown here in Iron Keep, I remember the terrible things that Scholar did to me, and I dread every moment of progressing into the next area of Dark Souls 2, but then every time vanilla sets up the enemies in such a fair and smart way that I'm left speechless. Dark Souls 2 vanilla completely fixes the biggest issue I had with Scholar, being that I didn't know if I'm supposed to run past or fight enemies since every level was so over the top with enemy spam. Whenever vanilla throws in some enemy spam, like in the Shaded Woods or Drangleic Castle, they are very easy to run past. While in other areas like Iron Keep or Shrine of Vamana, you are not supposed to run past and the amount of enemies is reasonable. The developer intent in vanilla is clear, when in Scholar, I didn't know if the developers knew what the fuck they were doing. Because whether or not you're supposed to run past or fight the enemies, there's enemy spam everywhere in Scholar. Now I know how all of this sounds. Basically all my praise so far has been, look, all the enemies are gone, but it's a lot more than that. The beginning of vanilla Dark Souls 2 isn't just better because it's easier, it's easy so it can teach the player how to play the game, because Dark Souls 2 Vanilla has an actual difficulty curve. Before talking about the difficulty curve of Vanilla, we'll examine Scholar. The difficulty starts high, then it gets higher at No Man's Wharf, then the game peaks in difficulty in Iron Keep for some reason, which isn't even halfway through for most players, then it gets easier at the climactic midpoint level of Vanilla was an actual difficulty curve. Before talking about the difficulty curve of Vanilla, we'll examine Scholar. The difficulty starts high, then it gets higher at No Man's Wharf, then the game peaks in difficulty in Iron Keep for some reason, which isn't even half.
Oh my god, true man, so true. I completely agree with this guy. Iron Keep fucking ruined my life. I was miserable going through that area, man. God.
Halfway
Hated
through
my
for
life
most players,
going through
then
that.
it gets easier at the climactic midpoint level in Drangleic Castle for some reason, and then the difficulty peaks again in Shrine of Amana before tapering off into the endgame. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is easy for the first 4 Lord Souls, and then the climactic midpoint Drangleic Castle level is pretty hard, and then the difficulty maintains a pretty hard standard for the rest of endgame, although the hardest vanilla levels like Drangleic Castle are nothing compared to the worst parts of late game Scholar.
I have no problem with this at all. I can Zoe handle these bitches, no problem. I can two-shot
a
them.
pretty hard standard for the rest.
Like, this looks way more fun fight than
Vanilla
anything.
levels like Drangleic Castle are nothing compared to the worst parts of late game Scholar. Vanilla starts off easy so that new players can learn how to win multi-fights. The multi-fights gradually build up in difficulty so that a new player will be ready for the harder late game levels. In addition to the easier beginning areas teaching the player how to handle multi-fights, the easier enemy placement results in the player actually killing all of the enemies, which means that they will be a higher level for late game. Essentially, Vanilla causes a positive feedback loop where the game is easy, so I'm more inclined to fight all the enemies, and then I'm stronger to fight the more difficult multi-fights in endgame. On the other hand, Scholar has a negative feedback loop where the game swarms me with enemies from the get-go, causing me to run past the enemies, which makes me a lower level for the hard endgame levels, which causes me to get better at running past all the enemies to make it through those hard endgame levels. Any Dark Souls 2 fan who says Scholar is better because they removed enemies in areas like Drangleic Castle is wrong, because that is supposed to.
Yeah, Drangleic Castle is literally the last stage of the game. There should be some difficulty on there. Like, I don't get it. Drangleic Castle is the end. You know? That's like literally. It's not Arnold
A
Lando.
hard level.
Like,
players who don't use the 1 million soul skip in vanilla will be forced into killing the 4 Lord Souls and clearing the early game levels, so they made the early game levels easier to prepare you for the harder endgame levels. Since vanilla is easy for the first 4 Lord Souls, the player is ready by the time they reach Drangleic Castle for a challenge. In Scholar, you get done being tortured by every level only to realize the epic castle level is extremely easy and a disappointment. Shouldn't the castle level be hard? Why is Iron Keep many times harder than Drangleic Castle in Scholar?
Iron Keep, alias freaking Shrine. God, if you go through that, none of the game even faces you. You know? Especially Iron Keep. Iron Keep, the Smelter Demon Run.
Almost like the developers changed the enemy placement in Iron Keep for no reason other than to say it's a new $60 game. We didn't know what we were doing. When Scholar goes from hard to hard in its difficulty curve, I am left thinking it was unfair from the start, it's unfair now, and it'll be unfair later, so why not just run past all the enemies, since the game will trick me into dying to another gank if I play it slow. In vanilla, I think the game was fair before. It's a bit unfair at certain areas, like in the endgame, but the game will probably go back to being tolerable after, so I may as well still play patiently and clear all the enemies like I was taught to from the earlier areas. When vanilla is unfair, it's pushing my buttons a little. When Scholar is unfair, it's already pushed all the buttons off the shirt. Alright, that's actually a weird analogy, but the point remains that Scholar quickly makes me lose my patience while Vanilla respects my time. So when the game gets a bit harder in areas like Drangleic Castle, I'm just not as frustrated. Even though I enjoy most of the levels in Vanilla Dark Souls 2, there are still some problems in the late game. This little group of enemies at the end of Shrine of Amana is unfair because the hitboxes and all the melee enemies is just a bit too big to catch rolls, and these enemies are so fast while not being slowed down by the water like the player is that it feels a bit on the unfair side. Keyword, a bit.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that, but actually that's a good point. You will get slowed by the water, but they don't. They just run at you at Mark
I will
5
also say
and then
that the
fucking
Shrine of
annihilate
Amana
your
boss
ass.
run is still a bit on the crap side, even in vanilla, but it isn't too hard to run past the enemies, and the boss is so easy that it's not like anyone is going to have to do this boss run more than once or twice. So what was everyone complaining about? I know everyone hated vanilla Dark Souls 2 Shrine of Amana, but I just don't see the big deal. I died once at the final fight before the fog wall, and once on the boss run, and that was it. And my death against the final group was still mostly my own fault, so I didn't really mind it that much. I did hear that Shrine of Amana was nerfed in vanilla because of the community backlash, so maybe I just played the easiest version of Shrine of Amana, and that's why I liked it. Either way, I did enjoy my time.
Either way, that's actually fair. This
Shrine of
area is
Amana in
cancelled, dude. This area is the reason why I said that
vanilla.
game was
Almost every
toxic.
encounter in vanilla Shrine of Amana is just a woman that shoots at you, a creepy water monster man who tries to assault you, and then maybe one more enemy. It's usually a 1v2 or 1v3. Very rarely are there ever two women shooting you at the same time, which is something that Scholar's Shrine of Amana did way too much, and it was just really infuriating when multiple people would be shooting you.
So they basically made that their level better design. Straight up.
Vanilla's Shrine of Amana is hard, but for the most part, it's not too hard. Scholar of the First Sin Shrine of Amana makes me feel like I'm back in Nam, dodging bullets as the commies chase me down with sticks. And guess what? Even if you hate Shrine of Amana and Vanilla, the rest of the game is so much easier that it's just one little difficulty spike. Because Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is a thoughtfully designed game that is easy in the beginning and then gradually gets more difficult, while
I mean, maybe it's just the blight town of that area because Dark Souls 1 has blight town, right? People fucking hated that. But Scholar, the problem with Scholar is every area is
just
blight
random
town.
enemy spam the whole time. Back to talking about the lackluster parts of vanilla. The catacombs are fun, but Velstad's boss run is just stupid. This is a genuine Scholar moment where I don't know if I'm supposed to fight the 20 enemies on the boss run or just try to run past and get lucky at the fog wall. I would say that Ancient Dragon has a similar problem of being too difficult of a boss run that seems over the top with enemy placement, but those are the only two areas in all of vanilla that really do this. All of the levels in Scholar are like Velstad's boss run or worse. The real issue with Ancient Dragon isn't even the boss run, it's just that the boss is a piece of shit. He's probably the most boring dragon isn't even the boss run, it's just that the boss is a piece of shit. He's probably the most boring HP sponge fight in the entire Dark Souls series that also one-shots the player, meaning the fight is hard in the worst way possible. Also, the dragon moves horizontally as it flies up vertically, but only some of the time, meaning that you can do the same positioning as you run away from the fire, and then for some reason it won't work 1 in 20 times, and then you die in one hit, which is terrible. And then you have to do the worst boss run in the game over again just to make it back to the boss. It's really bad. If you don't want to fight this
I mean, to be fair, this dragon is an optional boss. You don't even have to fight that. I mean, it doesn't change any of your playthrough at all. You just fight that guy for achievement.
over
That's
again
it.
just to make it back to the boss. It's
He's an
really
NPC.
bad. If you
You
don't
just
want to
aggro
fight this
him for no
abomination
reason.
of a boss, then you have to fight the mechanically
Yeah.
boring Vendrick with only 3 Lord Souls, unless you look up on the internet where to get the 4th one that's super hidden in Black Gulch, but I didn't use the internet, so I forgot, and I just had to fight
69
Vendrick,
damage,
and it
let's
was a
go.
really boring drawn-out fight. Vendrick and Ancient Dragon are my least favorite parts of the entire Dark Souls 2 experience, at least in the base games, as the DLC has some worser parts. It wasn't until writing this script and looking up things online that I realized that they are both optional. Apparently, Vendrick,
Yep,
the
there it
literal
is.
king, is an optional fight, but the giant lord is required. That's weird. The moral of the story is that you shouldn't fight the ancient dragon or Vendrick unless you really want the hidden ending where you fight Aldia, who is another terrible boss, so it doesn't really matter either way. It's still great that the only
Yeah.
experiences
I did not fight them at all. I didn't fight this guy, the dragon and the Valdia, and I did not fight
really
Vendrick
hated in
either.
vanilla are optional.
Because they are,
Also on repeat
first of all,
playthroughs,
they
I
are
won't
not
have to deal with
hostile
them
as soon as
again.
you
If I
enter,
had to
so
describe
I just
vanilla in a single
didn't
word,
bother.
I'd say that it's painless. Want to deal with them again? If I had to describe vanilla, or matter either way. It's still great that the only experiences I really hated in vanilla are optional, so on repeat playthroughs I won't have to deal with them again. If I had to describe vanilla in a single word, I'd say that it's painless. Want to do the DLC? Well, you don't need to look up a guide to find out where 3 impossibly hidden keys are, you just get them for free. Remember all the terrible red phantom spam in all the levels? They're gone for the most part. Remember all the terrible boss runs? Most of them are manageable, a few are kind of bad, and like 2 are downright terrible. But still, it's been reduced significantly. With a few exceptions, it no longer physically hurts me to play Dark Souls 2. So let's recap. Vanilla is better than Scholar because it doesn't trigger my PTSD war memories of getting ganked every 0.2 seconds, and the worst parts of endgame aren't too big of a deal since they are optional anyway. But a game not being bad doesn't make it good, so what is good about Dark Souls 2? First of all, a lot of the fun parts of Vanilla were taken out for no reason in Scholar. I don't care what you say, the fact that you can skip the beginning of the game with 1 million souls is cool as hell. I'm never gonna do it, but it's freeing to know that it's always a choice. Scholar got rid of this because it's no fun. Also, the undead dragon in Vanilla comes to life and killed me? Now that's a good time. Why doesn't Scholar's undead dragon come
Scott, that's so cool! Skylar's dragon doesn't even do this, man. Oh, fuck
to life?
you.
Why are the developers allergic to
Yeah, that's so cool. Like, I don't care. The bonfire is right outside. If I'm gonna die to that, that's so cool. I
and
don't
why
give a
does Scholar
shit.
block the cool-looking dragon level behind another fucking petrified statue? As I stated in my critique about Scholar, the locked-off multi-fights can be a fun experience when there aren't hidden archers ready to ruin your fun, and Vanilla reduces the amount of encounters per level to a reasonable amount. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is built around bite-sized little multi-fights, and this works to the advantage of the combat mechanics. Dark Souls 2 is slow, but this works really well for multi-fights as all the enemies are slow as well, so Vanilla ends up being the best experience for slow Souls multi-fight combat. If every enemy attacked at the speed of a Dark Souls 3 enemy or Bloodborne, then it wouldn't be fun to fight enemy attacked at
Jesus
the
Christ!
speed of a Dark Souls 3
My god, that looks pretty fast. I gotta play this game sometime. It feels like Bloodborne
enemy or
plays well.
Bloodborne, then it wouldn't be fun to fight 5 enemies at once, since getting an opening would be way harder to time. But in a slow game like Dark Souls 2, where the average enemy has a simple moveset, multi-fights end up being an enjoyable experience. Scholar stormed me with so many ganks and hidden archers that I couldn't enjoy the fights, but on a weak broadsword only build, Vanilla always has a sense of fairness. Have you ever played through the beginning of Dark Souls 1 and enjoyed the slow Souls multi-fight combat when locked off and wanted a game designed around this? If you said, "Ew, no, I never played Dark Souls 1 unless I was locked on, and I hate multi-fights," then there is no enjoyment for you to be found in Vanilla. However, if you are like me and you answered that you loved all the
I mean, I don't give a fuck. The multi-fight is kind of cancer in the bosses because the boss summons ads. But I Zweihander in this game, so I did. For me, the fun part about is this swimming the Zweihander in the sideways and then freaking annihilating all of them at the same time. And especially on the spider level. Before the cancer buff I did, I just swiped once and then all of the spider just got cleaved. That was so fun.
multi-fights in the
know?
beginning of Dark Souls 1,
I don't really mind it, but I will still say this. Dark Souls doesn't work very well with the gang squad. Like, multiple fight is
and
the
usually
worst.
don't use
It's still gonna be the worst because you have to lock onto a person, otherwise your attack misses considerably. So I think still multiple fights in Dark Souls or any
the
Souls-like game
lock-on
is worse.
anyways, then you might enjoy vanilla Dark Souls 2. I don't like too many enemies or too little. Loved all the multi-fights in the beginning of Dark Souls 1 and usually don't use the lock-on anyways, then you might enjoy vanilla Dark Souls 2. I don't like too many enemies or too little. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is just about right. Vanilla has more consistently entertaining multi-fights throughout the game than Dark Souls 1. Many Dark Souls 1 levels are more about traversing dangerous, cramped level design where you can easily fall off the ledge and die. Think about Blight Town or Sen's Fortress as examples. While these levels are great in their own way, they aren't fun in a turn your brain off and fight enemies in an arena sort of way. This is where Dark Souls 2 takes something fun in the first game, multi-fights, and expands upon that concept for people who want this type of combat by making it the focus of the game, and should
My God, I do not have any problems with this fight at all at this point. Because it
Dark
only has
Souls 2
those
have
two
taught
guys. But in Scholar, there is a knight over there, and then there is two knights over there.
the player
And
to
then
fight
it's just a
locked off
game
instead of
squad, you
literally
know?
telling players to use the lock-on in the tutorial. Yes, this is still a major problem in vanilla that I ranted at Scholar for, but unlike Scholar, there's an actual good game waiting for you if you can master locked off combat in vanilla. It's about time we talk about the death counts in Scholar and vanilla. The servers are offline, so the death count in Majula was only tracking me the entire time just to make me feel bad. In Scholar, I beat almost every boss with the broadsword, including the DLC, and I died around 200 times. I should note that the number on screen is inflated because I died probably over 40 times in the Frigid Outskirts and then a bunch more in New Game Plus, but either way, I died between 150 and 200 times in my first playthrough of Scholar. Wow, this feeble guy is pretty bad at Dark Souls. Now let's look at Vanilla, a game with all new enemy spawns that could easily catch me off guard and increase my death count, and I also killed all of the enemies in just about every level, and I died a grand total of 31 times. Wow, that is just insane. Even after beating the hardest Scholar levels in vanilla, which is Shrine of Amana and Iron Keep, I had only 22 deaths. And most of the deaths that got me to 31 were just from Ancient Dragon one-shots anyways in the boss run. Now the average Dark Souls 2 fan will see this and think, I guess Feeble is just bad at Scholar, lol get good. But honestly, I don't really care about the death count.
I think if that's it, consider that death count is just considerably so low. That means Dark Souls 2, the vanilla version is better. I think Dark Souls 2 vanilla is better.
Such a high percentage of Scholar's deaths were from well-hidden gank squads or hidden
Yeah.
archers that require me to use
That sounds bad design. Like Scholar design is bad.
bow to make the game fair, which is a playstyle I really dislike, and all that crap is gone in vanilla. It's almost like vanilla doesn't have a bunch of enemy spam gank squad cheap deaths, so I rarely died. Don't get me wrong, dying less doesn't make the game better, but vanilla earned every one of those 31 deaths, except for Ancient Dragon. And let me tell you what, Scholar did not earn 234 deaths from me. It took them one cheap death at a time. Although vanilla Dark Souls 2 is the superior game if I'm in the mood for locked off multi-fights, it is still not superior to Dark Souls 1 because I'm not trying to commit career suicide with this video. And also,
Yeah, Dark Souls 1, the mechanics are still cancer in Dark Souls 2 though. When you die, you lose HP bar and then your stamina bar is so low. I think that is still obnoxious, and then the weapon durability is kind of ass. I mean, there is still problems, but I think in terms of level design, I think base vanilla can have. At that point, just make the base vanilla game a remake. Like that would be way cooler.
seriousness, Dark
I think, please, for the love of God, if you're gonna make this Dark Souls 2, make the vanilla game a remake. I will play that.
Souls 1
Definitely, because I hated Scholar, but I think I might like vanilla.
excels over the sequel because Dark Souls 1 is high art and Dark Souls 2 is not. Wow, I sound really pretentious right now, but I'm completely serious, as I tried to show in my Dark Souls side with this video. In all seriousness, Dark Souls 1 excels over the sequel because Dark Souls 1 is high art and Dark Souls 2 is not. Wow, I sound really pretentious right now, but I'm completely serious. As I tried to show in my Dark Souls 1 critique, the journey of Dark Souls 1 through its vertically interconnected world, from ringing the church bell at the top of Undead Parish to traversing to the poison lake at the bottom of Lordran, from the land of the gods to the lake at the bottom of the world,
Yeah,
is
that
an
was kinda
experience
cool.
like none other. Dark Souls 2 is not that good. In Dark Souls 2, you go to a bunch of random disconnected levels and fight mechanically uninspired bosses at the end of every path. Even if I enjoy vanilla Dark Souls 2, it never reaches any of the artistic heights with its level design, world design, boss design, or story that was Dark Souls 1. By the end of Dark Souls 1, I'm tearing up while fighting the weak hollow of what used to be a god. After traversing through his kingdom and seeing the catastrophe that trying to hold on to his legacy inflicted
Yeah, I
upon
think
the
Dark Souls
land.
1
By
is
the end of Dark
such a
Souls
good
2,
game.
I'm indifferent towards the kingdom, and I guess I'm killing some evil woman the king banged, and she now looks like the Grim Reaper. And let's be honest, Dark Souls 2 regenerating HP through life gens is a band-aid solution over having a consistent amount of enemies in every level. Every level can be as drawn out or as short as possible if the player has unlimited heals anyways, and it was just a solution to cover kind of lazy game design. Dark Souls 2 is a good game, while Dark Souls 1 is an amazing game with a terrible ending. Because of how rough the final third of Dark Souls 1 is, I can understand if someone else prefers Dark Souls 2 overall, since its ending is a bit less bad, and the worst parts of Dark Souls 2, like the Ancient Dragon boss run, are optional. Dark Souls 2 is about on par with the first when it comes to replayability, if you are in the mood for locked off multi. The first
I
when it
think
comes
these
to
enemies don't even exist in the Scholar. I never seen this enemy in Scholar at all.
replayability.
No clue who that is.
If you are in the mood for locked off multi-fights specifically. Whenever I think about replaying Dark Souls 1, a bad feeling grows in my stomach while thinking about the last third of the game that makes me want to just beat Smo and Ornstein, the DLC, and then just quit, because the majority of the endgame is so unenjoyable. Dark Souls 2 doesn't force the worst parts of the game on me like Ancient Dragon, so it's easy to see myself doing a New Game Plus of Dark Souls 2 over the first, although I still prefer replaying Dark Souls 1 over the second game, since I like playing Souls games for boss battles, and Dark Souls 1 does boss fights much better than the sequel. So many Dark Souls 2 bosses are mechanically identical knights in armor that a player can just circle strafe for an easy win, while Dark Souls 1 bosses are Goliaths that require positioning strategies to overcome. In summary, vanilla Dark Souls 2 is more replayable if you want multi-fights, while Dark Souls 1 wins if you replay the game for bosses and creative level design. Both games are fun in their own way, but Dark Souls 1 is so much better as an artistic achievement when Dark Souls 2 is just another good game, that I will always prefer the first game to the second. In my previous critique of Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, I wasn't a big fan of the DLC. At least I didn't like it as much as the average Dark Souls 2 fan, and while I still prefer Dark Souls 1 and 3 DLC over the second, I did think that the Dark Souls 2 DLC was better in vanilla. Now, this is a stupid thing to say, since the enemy placement in the DLC is unchanged between Scholar and vanilla, but it's still better in vanilla. Now, how is this possible? Scholar taught me from the first moment to the last that the game was just a series of cheap deaths, so I rarely bothered to play it slow and just ran past most of the enemies. By the time I reached the DLC, I saw that there were a lot of enemies, so I did what I was taught to do in the base game, and I just ran past everything. This is why the most awkward part of my critique about Scholar was when I reviewed the DLC. I was so used to running past bullshit that I saw the entirety of the DLC levels as more enemy spam to run past, despite it not being as bad as Scholar's base game design. It's also worth noting that by the end of a Scholar playthrough, I'm so burnt out from all the cheap deaths and enemy spam that I have no desire to play the game anymore, and I just want to never touch the massive amount of DLC content. When I played the DLC after a Scholar playthrough, I had no willpower left to pretend to have fun with anything. Vanilla's base game
true, man. That's exactly how I felt.
Actually fun and reasonable, so whenever I reach the end, the thought of playing more content in the DLC isn't physically repulsive. As I mentioned before, vanilla has a proper difficulty curve that teaches the player to slowly get better at.
Yeah, I just saw the DLC. I was like, I'm done. I don't want to play this. You know, I haven't. That like 90% of the game, I just like, can I just fight the last boss and then get this game over with? And then that's what I literally did. I just don't want to do this anymore.
Fights
It
while
was just bad. It just made me just like I'm depressed.
Extra levels from killing
Straight
all the
up.
enemies. So not only was my character a higher level for the DLC, I was skilled enough as a player for the extra challenging multi-fights. By the time I reached the DLC in vanilla, my gameplay was completely different from my Scholar playthrough because I've been slowly conditioned to kill all the enemies rather than give up and run past. Nurture over nature. It's not in my nature to run past enemies. I was taught to do this by Scholar, and vanilla re-taught me how to play Dark Souls 2. Although I enjoyed the DLC more, I did mention that it's my least favorite DLC of all the Souls games, so let's talk about the issues that I did have. Some parts of the DLC, like this NPC invasion in the same room as the Porcupine Army and the Ivory King, do start to push my buttons just as much as Scholar. And let's not forget about the Blue Smelter Demon boss run or the Frigid Outskirts that are completely obnoxiously difficult for no reason other than to piss me off. Although I may be better and more used to killing all the enemies in a level now, the DLC still has awful boss runs and some stupid amounts of enemy spam. Knowing that the DLC was the same in vanilla and Scholar, combined with Dark Souls 2 fans thinking the DLC is the greatest thing ever made me think that vanilla would just be like the DLC, but I was wrong. Some parts of the DLC are a precursor to the enemy placement we would see in Scholar of the First Sin, but if you play vanilla, you'll see most parts of the DLC as a more difficult evolution of the base game's multi-fight combat, with a few extra hard areas that are annoying and obnoxious for almost no reason. Alright guys, we've made it. The vanilla Dark Souls 2 mini critique, but also a comparison to Scholar, is over, so let's review what we've learned so far. Scholar of the First Sin is a re-release of an old game that changed the enemy placement by taking away enemies from hard endgame levels like Drangleic Castle or the Ancient Dragon boss run, and in turn, increased all of the enemies in the early game levels so that
and made it obnoxious as hell.
Early to mid-game level is the hardest level in the entire game. Scholar also added statues that block progression until the player gets a difficult to find item called the Fragrant Branch of Yore, which results in players getting stuck more often and having to look up where to find items on the internet to progress. Scholar
Demon's
also got
Souls
rid of the
remake
high
is
knights by sticking
inferior to Dark Souls 1? Demon's original? I want to see that. Why is inferior?
Level
I will see
for
it tomorrow,
no reason.
definitely.
Scholar of the First Sin is unequivocally worse than vanilla in every single way. Maybe someone will tell me that Scholar balanced some magic or PvP items, but I don't give a shit. Scholar literally has an upside down difficulty curve, while vanilla has the smoothest difficulty curve I've seen. Imagine if they took Dark Souls 1, a thoughtfully designed game, and then changed every enemy and item location just to sell it again. It's ridiculous. Miyazaki would never let any harm come to his brainchild, so Prepare to Die Edition and the remaster had minimal changes. Unfortunately, Miyazaki didn't care too much about the legacy left by a game that he didn't have a hand in creating. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is a thoughtfully designed game with some major issues, and then Miyazaki probably asked some junior developers to change a bunch of random crap, even if it didn't make any sense, just to justify reselling an old game with minimal graphical improvements. In other words, Scholar of the First Sin is a cash grab. This may seem weird since at the beginning of the video I mentioned how the average Redditor Dark Souls 2 fan told me that Scholar was better. How could they think Scholar is better when it's not? My theory is as
I think it probably ran at 60 FPS.
follows. Most Scholar
Maybe.
fans played vanilla first, which conditioned them to play slowly while killing all the enemies because it teaches the player how to play the game, and then they saw Scholar as an optional hard mode. Kind of like what Master Quest is to the Zelda series is what Scholar is to vanilla, a harder game mode that changes things for the sake of making the old game feel new again. The only issue here is that Ocarina of Time forces a player to beat the game once in normal mode to access Master Quest, while Scholar forces the player to play the overly difficult redesign game first and last no matter what. Scholar's Covenant of Champions shouldn't just make the enemies harder, it should be the Master Quest Covenant. In other words, the changes in enemy placement in Scholar should either A, not exist, B, be hidden behind a covenant
Optional,
that
yes.
explains that entering it changes enemy placement, or C, be a new game plus option that allows the player to enter Master Quest mode after finishing vanilla once, just like how they handled it in Ocarina of Time. I think maybe there—
You have no idea how bad if you just increase the bonfire intensity. Jesus Christ. Oh god, it was miserable
there
on
could be
Scholar,
some
dude.
enjoyment to be found in Scholar if a player had already beaten vanilla many times and wants extra challenge and change for the sake of change because they're bored of vanilla, but no new Dark Souls 2 players should start at Scholar. Scholar of the First Sin has done more damage to the longevity of Dark Souls 2 than any of my video essays ever could, and if Scholar was a mod for vanilla, it would probably be relatively unpopular. I made a defense for Dark Souls 2 under the pretense that vanilla and Scholar were similar because I believed Reddit. The moral of this video is to never trust Reddit. I said a bunch of nasty things like the developers didn't even like Dark Souls 1 and that they wanted to make Kingsfield 5 but they couldn't, so they made a game that forces players to use overpowered builds to overcome difficulty. This is wrong. The developers of Dark Souls 2 were genuinely trying to make a follow-up to the original that improved some things like multi-fights and PvP, but in the game's troubled development, they dropped the ball when it came to boss fights and world design and level design. Scholar resembling Kingsfield has less to do with developer intent and more to do with developer incompetence. The developers weren't trying to make Scholar a good game, just a game that was different enough to justify asking for $60 more from every Dark Souls 2 fan, so they changed a bunch of crap and nonsensical ways to make money. There were other issues with my defense of Dark Souls 2 video, like how I thought power stancing in Dark Souls 2 was just holding two weapons, and I didn't realize that literally makes no sense because how would that be any different than just attacking with one or the other since the damage is the same? So that was a dumb mistake to make. I never actually could power stance in the first place because I never had good enough stats to do it with the weapons I was using, so the game was rigged from the start. Also, it's pretty dumb that you have to hold Y then LB to do a power stance attack since that's completely unintuitive as a combat mechanic. Although I never did real power stancing, it also didn't really matter because I was doing so much damage without power stancing that I was hit trading anyways, which was the point of that section of the video, but it was still a stupid mistake to make, and I apologize. I also talked about how Joseph Anderson must have a different idea of what a cheap death is from me because he liked Dark Souls 2, but this was also wrong. I actually agree with Joseph Anderson that vanilla Dark Souls 2 doesn't really have any more cheap deaths than the first game. All of the confusion came from the fact that I had played Scholar and thought that this was a good representation of what vanilla Dark Souls 2 is when that couldn't be further from the truth, so I
my mistake is
compared Joseph Anderson's vanilla playthrough to my Scholar playthrough. And although I still disagree with a lot of H-Bomber guys in defense of Dark Souls 2 video, I do understand why he likes Dark Souls 2 now. H-Bomber guy likes locked off multi-fights quite a lot, so he likes Dark Souls 2 a lot. Looking back on it, I threw a lot of shade at H-Bomber guy throughout my other two Dark Souls videos because my hate for Scholar blinded me, but after playing vanilla and taking a break from YouTube, I now realize that was uncalled for. I'm 100% certain that H-Bomber guy won't watch this video, but on the off chance that he is here, I wanted to apologize. Although my defense of Dark Souls 2 might have a lot of problems, I probably won't take the video down since I still really liked some parts like the Frigid Outskirts section. It's also worth noting that Scholar is completely ridiculous with gank squads, so I don't disagree when I say that the game was either made for overpowered builds, co-op, or both at the same time. I just think the reason has less to do with the developers wanting to make Kingsfield 5 RPG game and more to do with the developers not knowing what the F they're doing, so they ruined vanilla Dark Souls 2 in a terrible re-release. The biggest issue with my defense of Dark Souls 2 video isn't even the content of the video itself, it's just that no one really needs to make a video defending Scholar of the First Sin when the obviously superior base vanilla version exists. And if I knew vanilla
man, I wish I could have just played the base version, man.
was this
It
good,
looks
I
like
would have
The most cancer about this game was completely toned down in the base
Probably never
version.
made the in defense of Dark Souls 2 video about Scholar to begin with. Now there is one hot take that I made in my in defense of Dark Souls 2 video that I'm actually going to double down on, which is how hit trading resembles Skyrim combat if the player couldn't heal in the pause menu. Now I do understand why comparing Skyrim combat to Dark Souls combat is illegal in the Souls community. However, I'm breaking the law. And I didn't mean that Dark Souls combat was Skyrim, just that on a spectrum between Souls action combat and Skyrim, hit trading with an overpowered greatsword is closer on that spectrum to being like Skyrim than a no-hit dodge rolling champion. And if the player has enough poise for most normal enemies to not be able to stagger them out of an attack animation, then it's one step closer to being like Skyrim. And then Dark Souls 2 takes a third step towards Skyrim combat by adding almost unlimited healing resources. Remember, I'm not saying that Dark Souls has Skyrim combat, just that on a spectrum between pure Souls combat and Skyrim, hit trading or having high poise or having unlimited heals are all extra steps towards Skyrim. But right now we're still in Cyrodiil. Well, this has been some journey. I made a critique about how much I hate Dark Souls 2, and then made an in-defense video for a game that I didn't like, only to end up enjoying the original version of the game. In fact, this whole series of videos crapping on Dark Souls 2 never would have existed if Scholar of the First Sin just never came out. I would have released some video called In Defense of Dark Souls 2. It's alright, just a bit worse than the first one, and then I would have been done with it. A good number of people in the Dark Souls 2 community have been thoroughly mean and insufferable the entire time, and I'm exhausted. Maybe it's time to play Sekiro?
Oh god, he out of the frying pan into the fire. Let's go. GG, man. Good video. I'm gonna link this on my chat, and I'm gonna hop off. We made a good run, and then I made a review video. I'm gonna edit it and put it on my YouTube. And with that, I will see you guys later. And thank you for stopping by. With that, Alex Soto signing out. I'm gonna raid, so stick around for the raid, and then you can hop off after that. Alright? Alright.